persist. Oh, happiness feels like pouring rain, holding up this weight. This weight might break. This weight might break me. I stopped answering calls, had to get more involved with finding myself. I'm two hands away from flowers at my funeral. Here lies the main. I'm two hands away from eulogies, but I don't wanna die today. It was said he's too young to be a martyr. Never got the chance to live free of the trauma. Never trusted him unless it was his father. Hope it's true what they said about karma. Cause I'm a degenerate and my meds don't work. I'm always skipping school cause Jack is on my shirt. I act up cause my liver only keeps getting so worse. And I act up cause all my friends keep taking rides in a hearse. So fuck church, I'm hurt, that burnt, need more paranoid. Don't lose faith in me, boy, I'm annoyed. I avoid, and I'm sorry that I toyed with your heart. We apart, now I'm hurt and that burnt. I need more, give me more or I'll die. I'm afraid I won't survive, and I tried, fuck I tried. Now I'm lying on the street, need a ride to get high. I can't stand being me, need a ride to get high. I can't stand being me. Fuck. Persisting feels like pouring rain. Why must you persist? Oh, heaviness feels like pouring rain, holding up this weight. This weight might break. This weight might break.
Look, I create to distract myself from the fact that when I look at myself, I avoid eye contact. I feel like I overact, worried to death of the traits that I lack. Get rid of these flashbacks. I didn't ask to go back. Stand back and look back at all of my setbacks. So many times I have turned back to kick that, grabbed onto my drawbacks and come back to cut back. But how can a sad sack like me cut back when I keep all of my drawbacks in my backpack? Like a bunch of fucking useless knick-knacks. I'm sure I'll bounce back, but for now, guess I'll just hang back. I feel this eyes have been taken off. It's like pouring rain. I've been involved with finding myself too high to it's like pouring rain. Holding up this weight. This weight might break. This weight might break me. But I don't wanna die today. Never got the chance to live free of the trauma. He's too young to be a martyr. Never got the chance to live free of the trauma.
didn't know. I thought I didn't know. I thought I didn't know. I thought I didn't know. I thought if she wouldn't have. I thought if she wouldn't have. I didn't know. I thought 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 I didn't know. I thought.
Do, do, da, 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 do, do, da, 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 da,
Gives me the willies every time I think of it.
Well, well, it appears we have our first subscriber. Congratulations, dude. I figured this would be the best way to do it, right? I got things set up, but I didn't let you guys know until and I just left it at that and decided, hey, whoever shows up to the stream first will be the one. Will be the founder. Heck yeah, guys! I even went through the trouble of getting the like the subscriber badges and whatnot, at least for tier 1 setup. If you look below, we're no longer using flips. I decided to go with words for the channel points. So you can collect your points, and there's various dealios down there for you to spend those words on. Yeah, heck yeah. Prime doesn't count. I suppose not. But anyways, welcome to SYMP Saturday. It is I, the merriest of Mitches. And I'm glad as all heck to be here. I've had a pretty dandy day. I slept in, because I felt like I needed it, and I'd stayed up pretty darn late last night working on like I said, getting those subscriber badges ready and setting up my channel for its official affiliate glory. But anyways, how's everybody doing? Oh, thank you. Goth girlfriend, welcome. You are now, I believe I called it, the tier 1 is a tulip. And then the tier 2 is an orchid, and then the tier 3 is a rose. So, welcome. You guys are now tulips. And thank you so much. Goodness gracious. 3 subs, and we're about less than 3 minutes into the stream. It means so much. Honest to goodness. Oh, and thank you for the bits. Yeah, now I'm able to run ads and do bits and such. It's wild. Oh goodness. Thank you, Keaton. Man, bless your heart. Dude, I mean, I knew like a lot of you were getting those sugar fingers ready to subscribe once it was an option, but I don't know. It still means the world to me. Whew. It really is overwhelming a little bit to see that icon pop up so many times already. I think there's fireworks going on. I apologize if you can hear that. Either that or somebody's just hammering something real loud. How many fireworks they got? Goodness. We actually have a suggestion that we're going to be reading tonight from Keaton. It's meant to be a real account. A tale told through a series of Twitter threads. Believe it or not. So it's similar to that, like that Korean comic that we read, where that guy is like posting as he's watching this crazy thing unfold. I think it'll be similar to that, where this guy was just kind of posting this account as things were unfolding or as he discovered it. I have only looked at the first line, so I know very little about it. But if it was a suggestion by Keaton, I'm sure it'll be a most excellent one. If his first suggestion tells you anything. The first one being Psychosis, which was an excellent creepypasta. Very, very good. Yeah. I also wanted to mention that I'm super duper flippin' excited about the Lost Sons archive song. I know it won't be like unveiled truly until about not next week but the week after on Thursday. But it's something that I have been working really hard on. The recording process is finally done, which that took way longer than I had anticipated, because of the amount of characters that are singing in it. I have 5 different characters that I was recording for, creating a band, using only my own voice, which has been a lot of fun. There's Ozan the Orc. There's I forget who else. I know there was Fran, the half elf. I gave them all names so that it would help me bring those characters to life along with Brittle. But heck yeah. As you can see, Snoopy is now no longer reading. He's kind of terrified. We have some intense stuff in store. Snoopy, you doing okay, dude? I mean, I know it's okay to be scared, but like, you're gonna bite your entire hand off, paw off. You're gonna bite your entire paw off, dude. Calm down. Well, I tried. Anywho, let's go ahead and jump over to this screen here. We have Baraska to start off the night. And I'm so excited. Dude, this whole week, ever since the last SYMP Saturday, I've been uber excited to start reading this thing. I've been holding off, because I promised that we would continue it here together. But it has been tough, to say the least, I will say. And also, I'd like to get a little bit more light coming through here. There we go. I think that'll do. Just enough. Yeah. I don't know. It seems like we're a little bit quiet in the chat tonight, so as I said, I'm anxious to get into this reading, so let's go ahead and get her going. So, this is Baraska by C.K. Walker. Oh snap! You listened to the first 6 chapters earlier today? Good. Heck yeah, dude. It's well worth the read. And again, like, I'm excited to get more of these longer stories in. to these nights, because we've been, going through a lot of the short stories, but I feel like the novellas haven't had their time to shine on this channel yet. So let's go ahead and bring this one to light. Baraska by C.K. Walker. Chapter 7. I could feel I was moving before I even opened my eyes. It was the gentle, swaying cadence of a car on the highway. Instead of coming awake slowly like I preferred, I bolted upright in a panic. Kimber was driving, and she didn't look away from the road. "Are you okay?" I asked her. "No." I was starting to remember what had happened on the mountain. I'm sorry." Kimber didn't respond. Did I walk to the car? I was sure I knew the answer, but I hoped I was wrong. "No, you were dragged to the car." It was actually impressive that she could drag a full-grown man through 200 yards of snow. I was constantly underestimating Kimber. Look, I rubbed my face and realized my hands were like ice. I laid them over the heaters on the dashboard. I mean, the good news is that Baraska is gone, and no one is suffering anymore. "No one!" she yelled. Me, Sam, I'm suffering!" Her voice was scratchy. It was obvious she had been crying, and judging by the current time, probably for hours. "I'm sorry, that's not what I meant," I said. "You don't fucking get it. If Baraska is gone, then that means my source lied. He lied. Not just about Baraska, but about everything." "Yeah, Kay. But we knew that was always a possibility." "A possibility, yes. But I still had hope. Hope that he was right about everything. Hope that there was a chance Kyle could come back." "Look, we need to accept the facts, okay? Baraska is gone. Dismantled. It clearly hasn't been there for years. So either your source doesn't know doesn't actually know anything, or he's trying to trick you for some reason. But either way, Kimber, he is lying to you." She slammed her hands on the steering wheel and openly sobbed. "I'm sorry, Kay," I said quietly. "I should have realized Baraska was gone, with the town gone to shit and everything." "Why did he even want us here, this guy? Who is he?" "Doesn't matter anymore." Kimber's voice cracked. "Yes, it does. It sure as fuck matters to me. Who is your source, Kimber?" She shook her head, but said nothing. "God damn it, Kimber, why don't you trust me? I was fully prepared to die at your side today, but you still don't trust me." "I trust you, Sam, I do. I know you would never intentionally hurt me. But you have completely given up on everything. Your life, yourself, and on me. You're irrational and unpredictable. If it was just my life at risk, I would tell you everything he told me. But this is about Kyle, too." "And what did he tell you, Kimber? What other promises did he make?" She shrugged and wiped the tears away from her face. He said he had seen some medical records and that he could get them for me. Medical information for some of the Baraska-born babies in town. And my mom and Kyle. Kyle, I snapped. Always back to Kyle. He was our friend, Sam. Yeah, he was my best friend. And I wanted him. And I watched him get beaten to death. And I saw the aftermath. You're being fooled, Kimber. Stop torturing yourself. He's gone. I didn't want to pick at my motivations for believing it so adamantly. But I saw in either of my mind, I saw in the ether of my mind the raw truth of it. I knew that the real reason I was so sure Kyle was brain dead was because I couldn't bear the thought that I had been wrong, and that I had left my best friend alone in this den of monsters. I couldn't handle any more guilt in this life. I know that now, Kimber said, the sobs racking her body. I know he's gone. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I was a monster now, too. Driven by the unseen. And what would you have done if Kyle was just sedated, Kay? No, really. I really want to know. What do you mean? I would get him out of here, she cried. And then? What you told him, when you told him the truth about who he is and who you are. You read the same letter I did. Things can never be the same between you. I would never tell him any of that, Kimber spat. Her eyes were red from crying, and her fair skin was already so pale. She seemed so delicate, but I knew she wasn't. I knew she could take more. I wanted to push her buttons. I wanted her to hit me, scream at me, push me out of the car onto the interstate. I needed the pain. I deserved all of it, and more. Then I would tell him, I said. Because it would be cruel to lie to him. No, she screamed. It would be cruel to tell him the truth. He could never know, Sam, never. You have to tell him, Kimber, I said bitterly. He's your brother. No. Kimber was beginning to shudder. Stop, no, please. If this was really your plan all along, then Kyle's lucky he's dead. No! Kimber was now shaking so badly, it looked like she was about to have a seizure. She was beginning to lose control of the car. What the fuck was I doing? And why? I pushed my fingers into my temples. I wanted to die, but I didn't want her to die. I had to get her to stop the car. Pull over, I said quietly. I had to get her to calm down. Fuck you! She yelled. Pull over, Kimber! I reached over to grab the wheel, but Kimber slammed on the brakes, and we were suddenly skidding to the side of the road. This time, I didn't hit my head. As it turned out, Kimber had buckled me into her car. The Mazda bumped up against the metal gate that lined this side of the highway, and Kimber threw the car in park. She laid her head and arms on the steering wheel and bawled like I hadn't seen since her mother died. I sat next to her and watched her pain. stunned by my own callousness and cruelty. I loved this girl like a sister, more than I'd ever loved my own. Why was I trying to hurt her? I was so out of control. It wasn't me. It didn't feel like me. The monster inside of me begged for a fix, and if I didn't feed it soon, it would continue to control me. And I would get us both killed. What do you want from me, Sam? Kimber whimpered. I held up my hand to touch her back, but remembered that Kimber didn't like being touched. Least of all by me. They took everything from me, she said quietly. My mom, you, my body, my ability to ever have babies. Can't let them take Kyle too, Sam. If there's even a chance. She looked up at me then. Do I not deserve a sliver of happiness? Even just a little before I die? What did I do that was so wrong? Why does God hate me? I shook my head. I had no words. Why do you hate me? She whispered. I don't. Oh God, I don't, Kimber. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm a piece of shit. I felt like I had apologized to her every hour or so since she'd come to Chicago. She deserved better than me. She deserved Kyle. But I knew she'd never get him. Why don't you let me drive back to the hotel? The hotel? Why would we go back there? They know we're here. Almost to the border. Let's just get out of Missouri. But what about our stuff? My heroin. Kimber wiped her eyes. Buy new stuff. It's not worth your life. But we were 7 hours from Chicago, and I knew I was less than half an hour away from a meltdown if I didn't get back to the hotel. Look, we'll just go back real quick and I'll run up and get our stuff. I'm poor, Kimber. I need my stuff. I could tell by the thinly veiled look of pain she gave me that she knew the real reason I wanted to backtrack to the Prince Ridge. And then her eyes sort of dulled over, like her soul was melting away. Sure, I don't fucking care anymore. The person I came here for is gone. I'm going to sleep. Kimber crawled into the back seat and curled up into a ball. I'll make it quick, I said, and moved over into the driver's seat. I could hear Kimber crying all the way back to Drisking. Thank you, Garbage Hero. Welcome back, dude. Shoot. I think you're officially my first Australian subscriber. Congrats on that. And honest to goodness, thank you, man. Your monthly support means a lot. Goodness gracious, that's... How many? 4? I think that's 4 subscribers in less than... Shoot. About 30 minutes of this first stream that I'm an affiliate. Thank you guys. Honest to goodness. And dang. How about that chapter? Dude, this thing is so emotional. I need a sip of tea. Let me see. There we go. It's a little bit better. Sorry, I want there to be light, but I want it to be like dim light. Oh, hey, no worries, man. If you got business to attend to, I understand. Cage fighting? Shoot, dude. That sounds about as exciting, if not more exciting than Baraska. So please have at it, dude. UFC? If me and Snoopy got in the ring, who do you think would win? I don't know, all I'm saying is Snoopy, he's deceptively ferocious. Heck yeah, man. If I'm still on whenever you're done, please feel free to join back in. And I'd love to hear how the cage matches go. It's all about the heart? You mean in the fighting? I get that. Yeah, I think it's similar to, I don't know, anyone's passion, right? If the heart isn't in it, then it's pretty clear. It's fairly easy to tell most of the time. Mm. There we go. Get some underlighting. Booyah. Alright. Is everybody ready for chapter 8? That first one was a little short, so I say we jump right in to chapter 8. Ah. Chapter 8. The hotel was quiet. No police presence, no note on our door, no blinking light on the phone, nothing to confirm that we had indeed been outed. Kimber tiredly climbed the stairs to the room and laid down on the bed as I loaded everything into the car. I let her lie there while I locked myself in the bathroom to get high. When I came out, she seemed to be asleep. Kimber, come on, we gotta go. Nothing. Kimber. I walked over and shook her. No, I'm not going anywhere, she answered. You can go. Take the car. Just leave me here. I wanted to argue with her, but my eyes were already heavy as the H breathed sweet euphoria into my body. I laid down on the other bed and enjoyed the high for a while. If we were going to be killed in our sleep that night, I wanted it to be like this. I dreamt of nothing but blackness, which is what the dope brought me. But slowly, I became awake in the darkness to the sound of piercing metal screams floating down from the mountains. Echoes of a beast already slain, but still haunting me, hunting me. The nightmares were back. I turned my head toward the window and watched the snowflakes that were falling through the fluorescent light over the door. No one had come in the night to kill us yet. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the feeling of heaven still coursing through me. Oh, thank you, Tokyo boy. Oh, rather, that was a gift. Wait, sorry. I might have not caught that quite as well. Garbage Hero, was that you gifting a sub? Or was that, Tokyo Bot himself? I think it was Garbage Hero, though. Thank you so much, man. I'm sure your gift means a lot to Tokyo. And it sure as heck means a lot to me. It was a feeling I loved, waking up high, enjoying it for a few minutes and trusting that it'll cradle me back to sleep and make me whole in the night. It was a monster I never wanted to kill. It encompassed me. The metal whirling started up again. I opened my eyes to the window, as if expecting to see the shiny gentleman sitting outside of it, covered in snow. Was it real? It was so hard to tell. I began nodding off again. And then I heard it a third time. The shiny gentleman was quieter than it had been 9 years before, but it was still there. Still alive, floating down through the black mountains to my door. I concentrated. My head tried to wander, but I focused on the noise again and again until I was sure. It was real. When I opened my eyes, sunlight was peeking through the curtains. I turned over to look at Kimber's bed. She had her back to me and was still curled into a ball above the covers. It didn't look like she had moved since the night before. Kimber. She didn't respond. Kimber! What do you want, Sam? I heard the quiet reply. I heard it last night. The shiny gentleman. I took a deep breath. Baraska is still there. She was silent a moment, and then slowly rolled over to look at me. I didn't hear anything. I did. I swear. It's quieter. Like it's further away, but it was there. Kimber sighed and then sat up. She looked at the clock. 7:53 a.m. I don't think you heard anything at all. I furrowed my eyebrows. I know what I heard, Kay. She shrugged and got out of bed. I'm sure you believe it, she said as she shrugged off her parka. Kimber, I said, leaning up on one elbow. You saw it yourself, Sam? Or you saw it yourself, Sam? Oh, you saw it yourself, Sam. They're gone. It's over. I haven't heard I haven't heard that sound once in the 3 days we've been here. But I did. I think you probably dreamt it, she said emotionlessly. Sam. What? I snapped my head up. You fucking drifted off again. I'm sick of this shit from you. Your fucking addiction has turned you into a different person. She pointed at my bag, and I knew that she knew exactly how often I had been getting high. Of course I'm a different person, I said defensively. You haven't seen me in a decade. You know that's not what I meant. I'm talking about the heroin. You're killing yourself, Sam. You look like a ghost already. Kimber threw the parka on the chair and wound a scarf around her neck. She sat cross-legged on the tattered chair in the corner of the room. Is this an intervention? I asked. Because better friends have tried. Liar. Fuck off, Sam. This isn't even about the drugs anymore. I can't rely on you. You make yourself a fucking liability. Nodding off, passing out, not at all in control of yourself. Always needing a fucking fix. And you're mean. Vicious even. You forget things that happen hours, even minutes before. I needed you, Sam. And you fucking let me down. I didn't ask to come on this little mission of yours, I said hotly. I told you no back in Chicago. No one put a gun to your head. Well, you may as well have. I wasn't going to let you go alone and get yourself killed. So you come with me and put my life in danger every chance you get. Just forget it. This was all for nothing anyway. They know we're here. They haven't even attempted to stop us because they know how powerless we are. Can't do anything because there is nothing left to expose. We got outsmarted. I heard the mill last night. They just moved. That's all. You didn't hear anything. You were unconscious. I know what I fucking heard. You don't know shit. You're too high to even realize where we are half the time. That is bullshit. You haven't been sober in days, maybe weeks, maybe even years. She was right. I hadn't been sober since prison. And even when I was in, I was usually high on something. It had been so long. What do you want from me, Kimber? For most of the conversation, Kimber had been staring out the window. But now, she turned her head and looked straight into my soul. As if this was the question she'd been waiting for. I want you to give me Sam back. My Sam. Her words cut deep, so I laughed at them. I want to be able to trust what you say and be able to tell you things too. I know you would never lie to me, Sam, but when you're high, I can never tell if what you're seeing and hearing is real. I'm not even totally sure that it was Mira that you were screaming at yesterday. It was, wasn't it? I wanted to tell you who my contact was in Drisking. I wanted you to talk to him. He wants to talk to you. There are things I wanted to tell you. Things I may as well tell you now since it's over anyway. Like what? I asked. Killian Clary is dead, Sam. What? When? 8 years ago. How? I don't know. My heart broke for Kimber. Clary was fucking dead and she had known it. Kimber should have been able to confront her abuser. Cut his dick off. Kill him if she felt the need to. And now she would never have the chance. And she'd known it all along. Kimber, just fucking stop, Sam. There's no more. Or there's more. You know Ambercott Fort and the Triple Tree? They're gone. Someone burned that shit to the fucking ground years ago. There's unrest in Drisking. We could have used that. Fuck. That's not even remotely the worst thing. The worst truth of all is this. I didn't come out here to expose that fucking baby farm. I should have, but I didn't. I didn't even come out here to kill my... She was tripping over her words as she tried to breathe in between them. The man who hurt me, but I really wanted to. The reason I came out here was to find out the truth about Kyle or die trying. And I couldn't even do either of those things. I don't know where Kyle is, and I'm still alive to live with that pain. So I knew I could never fight all of this. I wanted to hug Kimber so badly, but I knew she wouldn't want it. But you could have, Kimber continued. That's the worst thing. You could have. I brought you out here to do what I can't. Expose them. Kill them. Help all those women we left here 9 years ago. I'm too weak to do it. Too broken. The only person I could have helped was Kyle. I thought you could handle everything else. Kimber let out a spiteful laugh. It sounds fucking stupid now. No, it doesn't. But you're stronger than you think, Kimber, I said. So are you. I didn't know if she was right. I had monsters I couldn't kill. She was stronger than I would ever be. But she was hurting, and I inflicted so much of that pain. Kimber had been buried under all these burdens alone. She was trying to carry all the weight of Baraska and Kyle by herself. And I had just made her burdens heavier. She couldn't afford my weakness on this campaign, but still she bore it. Just like when we were kids. Kimber was the glue that held everything together. She was even holding me together. But the glue was cracking, and Kimber was about to shatter. And I was the one making the final swings of the hammer. I had to listen to her now. She was telling me that she needed me. She needed me, not who I had become. It had been so long since anyone had needed me for anything. And those women, all those years ago, what was it that I had promised them? I will come back and help you all, I promise, as soon as I find Kimber. Well, Kimber was here, and so was I, and so were they. Despite it all, I was sure of what I'd heard. I needed to do better. I needed to be better. For her. And Kyle and all those I'd left behind. If Baraska was still there, it meant that maybe, Kimber's source was telling the truth about Kyle. And that meant there was hope. Not if I remained the sickly, unpredictable heroin addict I had let myself become. Kimber, in my bag, the side pocket there, rolled up in a pair of pants. There's tinfoil. Dump everything inside of it in the toilet. I swallowed and flush it. Kimber's dark expression lightened a fraction, and she stood up uncertainly. Then went to my bag and found the heroin where I'd told her it would be. She unwrapped the tinfoil, and I watched the sadness cross her face when she saw the size of the brick. It takes a lot for me. Are you sure about this? She asked. Was I? No. I hated almost everything about the idea, and my body was already recoiling at the thought. Yes. Kimber came back from the bathroom and sat down on the edge of her bed. What? What do I do now? I've actually only done this once, and only for a few days. The next 72 hours are going to suck for both of us. I can go sleep in the car for a few days if... No, Sam. I'm going to be here. Okay. Well, here's what you can expect. I'm going to be a total asshole. Kimber rolled her eyes. Check. I'm going to feel cold all the time. She looked over at the thermostat, which was currently set at 84. Check. I'm going to be in pain. A lot of it. And then I'm going to sleep like shit. She gave me a sympathetic look. Check. And I'm probably going to ask you to find me dope. I wouldn't even know where. And I'll know that, but I'll ask anyway. This will probably start in a few hours and peak sometime tomorrow. But I'm a heavy user, so it could be a few days. How long are we checked into this hotel? It's open-ended. Well, that's good. Kimber crawled over the bed to where I was sitting, and for the first time since we were kids, she put her arm around me and lay her head on mine. "You're going to be okay, Sam. You're stronger than you know." I believed her. But the question for me wasn't whether I could do it. With Kimber by my side, I knew I could. The real controversy was who would appear on the other side. I hadn't been sober since I was a teenager, and I had no idea who I was going to be in 3 days. I glanced over at the thermostat and pulled the quilt up higher on my body. I was already feeling a chill. Hey, May. Welcome. How you doing? Gosh. These chapters are kind of shaking me again. Whew. This tea is doing wonders for me. I feel like that might make for a good brand of tea. The 2 tea. You get it? I'm sorry. The 2 tea. Anyways. I'm doing good, May. I'm doing good. Yeah, just Raska is something else. Also, I mean, couple us reading, or me reading Baraska tonight with the fact that there's been, I think, 5 subs so far on the first dang stream that I'm affiliate. Again, it's rattled me a little bit. 8 subs. Are you serious? Got 9 tulips out there amongst the wildflowers. That's amazing. Yeah, many. Goodness, guys. I mean, yeah, honest to goodness, like, you have no idea how much that helps. I pay for a lot of subscription services these days. The one for Streamlabs, the one for my music, the East West Instruments one, the Premiere video editing one, and it racks up month by month. So to know that I have some monthly support like this is honestly incredible, and know that it's going to good use. That is true, and I hope we meet again. It feels like it's been too long since I've seen your diggity darn face, Colio. What's the wait? What? What's the guide? The Mary Brigade part? Oh, that's it's you get to choose who we raid. You know, guide the Mary Brigade. Choose who we raid. It rhymes, so I figured it would go well together. I don't know if it works like that. Did someone dude, how did I miss that? Heck yeah, dude. Rolf for freaking sure. Oh my goodness. As for movies, I agree, dude. I'd be down to, I don't know, it depends on how late this goes, but at the very least, like, want to play some of that good old Symphonia with you guys tonight. And then we definitely gotta hammer out a day for some froth. Or like an evening. Dude, I'm surprised you know about it, Keaton, by the way. That's really cool. Rolf is the best golfing game, in my opinion. It's the only way to truly experience golf. And it's not even golf. It is. For Rolf. That's right, yeah. I remember watching that when that came out. What do I mean by book on face? If you ever select that one when I'm reading out of a actual book, such as on the Percy Jackson Nights, you can force me to put the book on my face for for a solid 30 seconds. When am I getting the emote? I do need to figure out that a little bit more, because I know how to submit emote, or like the little badge tags and the little things for the icons down below that you can use the words on. But I think with the emotes, it has something to do with, like, I have to send them into Twitch Inc. and get them approved or something. I need to either watch a video or read up on how that is done. I think the one down below, the little icon for words, will definitely be one. And then let me know, like, if you have any favorites from the little icons down below that you would want to see as an emote that you can use. You know, Cookie might actually know how it works, since he got the jar and cheers approved. Forgot those put up. Just pick up my monitor. Crack it over my nose. If it's not the Percy Jackson night, I'll go and find a book. I have books, like, right behind me, so it wouldn't be too hard. That would be pretty cool. Especially if I could, like, balance the monitor, like, on the tip of my nose and have it do, like, a little circus act dealio. Oh, yeah, I don't doubt it. Wait, when I changed them to words instead of flips, did it And when I got to be affiliate, did it reset everybody's points? Ah. Yeah, I forget the rate. I think it's about like 10 words per minute. Which funnily enough is about like a standard reading speed, right? Sorry, I didn't think about that before, but I think that's kind of clever. Yeah, I think we did. I called them flips or something because I don't know. I am a gymnast that does flips. Trying to recall if there's a like a waste points one. Stream manager, where are you? There it is. There's not a waste one. Yeah, I don't think I put a waste one in there because I don't know. Figured I want to make sure that the points are actually put to good use. Oh, I do want to put an accent one in there though, where if you cash it in, you can have me change to any accent you want for a solid minute of reading. Yeah, that's the other reason why I called it flips originally, because I do the flips, and you flip pages in a book. Heck yeah. Well, right on, guys. Let's go ahead and read one more chapter. I think that'll take us to about an hour and a half into. What? Aw. Colio. Cramples. Dude. Honest to goodness, May, you deserve it. Ah. I mean, May, you've been a part of like the Mary family for a while now. Excuse me. Calm down, Cramples. Thank you, dude. Hmm. Sure enough, sure enough. Heck yeah. Oh. They're a part of the family too, after all. Ah. Say your merry prayers. We got some incoming gift subs. Heck yeah. SYMP Saturday. It's a time to celebrate. Not only is it SYMP Saturday, but it's also... This stream honestly is kind of a special occasion, I guess. It's the first stream of affiliation. Wow. Whoa. But honestly, it is an exciting thing. It's simply encouraging, you know? Has me feel as though I am doing a good thing here and I am making progress stream by stream. Improving at each step. Maybe fumbling a little bit here and there, but hey, that's how I learn. Heck yeah. You guys have a star. I thought it was meant to put like the tier 1 sub image there. I don't know what's up with that. You guys have any idea? I don't know. I'll try to look into that tomorrow. Cause the sub image is pretty cool. At least I think so. It's like me holding a book out, all like Jotaro style, and I'm going supernova. Oh, that's true. It might be. I hope they approve it. Okay, like, what is this? What is this JoJo's Bizarre Adventure nonsense? We only like stars here. White stars with purple backgrounds. Well, except nothing else. Kono michida. Kono michitaru. Hai. Mary Michu desu. Yare yare desu ne. Yare yare. I don't know if I could ever do it as good as Jotaro. Yare yare. There was a solid month or two there where anytime I would say good grief or in a situation where I would say good grief or like, oh man, I would say yare yare. But I'd be like, yare yare. In the deep, gritty voice. I'd like to hear him say it too. I feel like that man is pretty careful about what he says online though. Yeah, I mean, if anyone is around me for more than a day, they probably regard me as a weeb. It's in some form or fashion. Although I don't know, not all the time. Cause my thing is like I do love anime to death, bro. And I enjoy like saying little phrases and doing funny anime things. But I don't know if that makes me a true weeb, you know? I don't know if I'm worthy of the title. You know, I'm not like watching anime every day of my life, and I don't even have any figurines or nothing. The only sword I own is a medieval one. Like, what am I doing? I don't even have a katana. I mean, right? Ah, your internet died. Well, I'm glad you got it sorted out. I know, dude. With all this gift sub money, I'll make it a donation goal. Get Mitchell to true weeb form. To true weeb status. Katanas are pretty cool. Not gonna front. And my thing is like, I just think it'd be cool if I had like a solid room dedicated to Japanese stuff where I could set it on one of those little display stands. I don't know, that'd be sick, especially if it was like a really nicely crafted one. Cause I know, I'm not gonna kid myself, I know I would never use it. But it would make for a sick display piece, right? Oh my goodness. Have you heard it's Joseph Joestar, right? In the in the Jotaro series of it, where he goes, "Holy shit, dude!" Yeah, that was it. Oh shit! Oh shit! Dude, it's so good. I think I even have that in my little voices. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. I think I might remember the button for it. No.
Oh, shit!
There it is! Yeah!
Oh, shit!
You guys hear it okay?
Oh, shit!
Oh, nope, that's the munch.
Oh, bro.
Get pooped.
How could this?
Fingers! Shit! Thank you, my... Bruh. Fuck. Yes, yes, yes.
I do have this one.
Oh my god. Yes,
Yes. Oh my god. Dude, I have so many. It's hard to keep track.
Yes. Oh my god.
What was this one again?
No.
Yes!
Yes! Yes! Maybe Black Clover right now. Hang on. What did you say before that? None really a favorite. You watch Black Clover? I watched that for a solid bit. I got about 80 episodes in, I think, and then stopped. But that's how it is with a fair amount of shonen anime for me. Like, I love watching the first bit of the series. To me, normally, like, the startup and then getting into it and then, like, the first advances or so that they make and the big, like, scenarios are really, really cool. But it takes, like, a certain shonen to really draw me in and keep me in it for the whole shebang. The only ones that did that for me were Hunter x Hunter, for sure. That one was sick. I think it might have just been Hunter. I think I watched the whole original Fairy Tail series, but then that just like kept on going when I thought it had ended. But then I came back like a year or two later and was like, what? Oh, My Hero Academia for sure. That one too. Oh, dude. Sonor. Thank you, Jinkies. Much love, dude. Again, all the support means the freaking world to me. And welcome. I hadn't realized you were hanging around. But welcome. Ooh. Frick. Gurren Lagann too. I almost don't even consider that one a shonen. It doesn't go for more than 100 episodes, which is what gets me. Gurren Lagann is a sick one for sure. Super rad. And My Hero Academia, absolutely. Have they come out with any new episodes? I've been keeping up with it, but I don't know if any new ones came out. The last one I saw was, I think, it was the one, if you care about spoilers, mute for like a solid few seconds. And I won't go into super detail, but it was the one that was focused on what's the fire guy called? Hero number 2 for a long time. His name is not Inferno. What's his name? Totoro's? Endeavor. Yeah. Endeavor. The one that focused on Endeavor. And there was a big fight scene with him in it. Anybody else keeping up with it? I'm looking to you, Keaton. To overhaul. Yeah, big time. Overhaul. He's a sly dude. I don't like him. He worries me. Oh, if you're caught up on My Hero. Oh shoot, that's right. I think you do. Keaton, do you read the manga as well? I forgot. You're making trades in Monopoly. Well, hey. Sorry to bring you out of the zone. Out of that business zone. I'm reading it. Or sorry, I'm watching it. Yeah. Good stuff. I have a Verve account, which includes like some Crunchyroll. Nice, you read the manga. Honest to goodness, the one that, which is kind of a shonen, I guess. The manga that I really want to continue, because I feel as though the show is fine, but didn't do it justice, or didn't do it as, I don't know. The manga was more impactful for me. I think just because it was my first time approaching the story. But The Promised Neverland. Oh, see you in a bit, Tokoyu. The Promised Neverland is a manga that I really want to continue. So flippin' good. Just the way that it's structured, it can really like make those reveals so insane. Yeah, it's some good stuff. Well, okay guys. Let's let's see, we're already at an hour and a half, but I said we'd read chapter 9 before we go to a break, so let's go ahead and do that. Excuse me. Dude. Topless together? What? I keep getting text messages. Like, you know those spam emails that you get that I would used to get like in my Yahoo account, right? Where it would just be these messages that are links to you know, to be blunt, like pornographic sites that will give you viruses. There's now they figured out a way to like send those through texts, and I don't know what the heck, how that technology developed for them, but it has been every day so far, multiple times a day, and I don't know what to do about it. You've been getting those too? Yeah. And I block like the email because it's sent through an email. I block the email that it was sent from every single time, but I guess it comes from a different one every single time, which is mind-boggling. Do they have like some kind of like algorithm set up to just shoot them off to like everyone and anyone, constantly creating emails to just spam? I don't know, dude. It's not cool, though, to say the least. Wouldn't I like to know, man? Feels bad, indeed. Speaking of feeling bad, let's see how our boy Sam does in this next chapter, as he tries to detox with his friend Kimber. So, this is Baraska, Chapter 9, by C.K. Walker. I was true to my word, much to Kimber's distress. By that evening, I was clawing at the walls, and I didn't shut my eyes even once that night due to the pain in my back. Kimber tried to soothe me, put on movies she thought I would like, and curled up next to me at night. But the real comfort was just her presence. Even in spite of her insistence that I drink water every hour that I couldn't keep down. I refused food through the next day, but she finally got me to swallow something in the evening. That night I slept, and I lived in dreams so real they were almost lucid. More than once, Kimber woke me up because I was crying or shouting. The day after that, I laid in bed all day, and I didn't move other than to limp to the bathroom. My back was still in burning pain, though the rest of my body was freezing. Kimber, not knowing what else to do, turned the heater all the way up to 95 degrees. She was down to a tank top and underwear, but still I shivered. The following morning, I woke up with no memory of the night before. Kimber told me she had woken me up only once from my nightmares. It was the fourth day. I'd been clean, and though I was still aching and going through heavy withdrawals, my mind felt more clear. Reality was painfully bright and raw, and my actions over the last week were agonizing to remember. I apologized to Kimber about what I had said and done so often that it went from amusing her to downright annoying. I had smoked half a carton in the days I'd been detoxing, and my throat felt like the smokestack on a coal train. With my new clarity came some raw realizations. I started to notice Kimber on her phone throughout the day, her expression dubious and worried. I wanted to ask, but I couldn't focus on too much intricacy yet. We ate more pizza that day. I kept down an entire 2 slices. And Kimber made me drink liters of water, which also stayed down. As we neared the week mark, Kimber started sleeping in her own bed again. I was remembering some of my dreams, and while most of them were nightmares from the years before, I also had some pleasant dreams. Of Whitney and my mother. I was feeling again, and though it hurt more often than not, I realized that not all feelings are bad. It was something I had forgotten during my many years of numbness. The dreams of my family awakened in me an unrelenting ache that I couldn't ignore. I wanted to see them again. My sister and mother. One was impossible. The other, maybe not entirely. The fact that I was less than 10 miles away from my mother at any given time warmed me during the cold nights. And then finally I felt my physical strength begin to return. I was allowing myself to take ibuprofen for the pain, which was not unlike hurling a dart at an elephant. I was getting out of bed, sleeping through the night, and my mind was as crystal clear as ice. The more I thought about our situation, the angrier I became. But it wasn't the festival of rage that had been my life up until that moment. It was a simmering, controlled ire that I was able to rein in and compartmentalize, ready to execute at my leisure. With the mental clarity, I became even more convinced that what I had heard that night was real. They, whoever they were now, had simply moved their operation. I told Kimber my belief, but as much as she wanted to believe her source was legit, I knew she was afraid of hoping again. 9 days after the incident on the mountain, I came out of the shower to find Kimber pacing and sliding worried glances my way. "What's the matter?" I asked as I towel-dried my hair. "Hey, do you think they sell razors at the front desk?" "I don't know. I'll ask." I could tell she wanted to say more, but hesitated. "What is it?" I asked again. "My contact." "Yeah, what about him?" "He's on his way here." "What? How? You told him where we are?" "No, he already knew. It's no secret, I guess." "Well, that's comforting. Why is he coming here?" "Because he wants to know what the holdup is." "What holdup? What does he want from us?" From you, actually." "I thought this guy was just giving us hospital records and pointing us toward whatever server the Baraska database is sitting on." "He's... I made a wild gesture with my hands, begging her to continue. "We're never gonna get those records from him, Sam." "What?" She glanced out the window and crossed her arms. "I'm sorry, we never were. He's offering something different, and he's here." "I don't fucking like this, Kimber," I said as I stood up from the bed. I heard someone climbing the stairs outside. Heavy footfalls indicated a large man, or possibly someone who just walked like a Neanderthal. Kimber opened the door before he could knock, and Jimmy fucking Prescott walked in. Fuck! I'd been keeping the 9mm next to the bed, but had moved it during my withdrawals in case I wanted to fucking shoot myself in the head. It was currently in the bathroom, completely out of reach. "Holy shit, look at you! Fucking Sam Walker! Did you know you look exactly like your dad?" "What the fuck is he doing here, Kimber?" I seethed. She was standing in the corner next to the door, arms crossed and a grim expression on her face. "Oh, Don't be mad at her, Walker. She was just conducting business. You want something, I want something. It doesn't need to be personal. Right, sweetheart? He turned and gave her an oily smile that made my still delicate stomach churn in revulsion. Just talk, Kimber ordered. All right. Well, you want to give the men some privacy then, Princess? Jim asked, sitting down on the sofa by the door. I'm not leaving you alone with him, she told Jimmy. He shrugged, and before I even realized what he was holding, he had shot Kimber with some sort of taser. She fell to the floor immediately and convulsed a few times before going limp. Women, right? My heart dropped to my feet, and I lunged toward Prescott. He casually swung the taser around to point at me. Settle down, Prince Charming. She's fine. We've been trying out some non-lethal stuff up at the stables. He rolled it around in his hand and smiled. I think I like this thing. Fuck. Thanks, Sam. What do you do next? Get him to talk. Buy yourself some time. Why would Kimber want to talk to you? What did you tell her? Nothing, really. He shrugged. Threw her a bone on that Landy kid. We stomped to death way back then. Well, you remember. You were there. Shit, I almost forgot about that. Anyway, what am I saying? Oh, yeah. I told her I could give her information on that kid's condition. You know, gave her some hope. Gave her some information about the sheriff, too. All the information you've given her is useless, or total bullshit. Jimmy smiled. She played her part. I'm done with her now. But I am willing to fulfill my end of the bargain with you. What bargain? We'll get to that, Jimmy said as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it with a red Zippo. Fine. You told Kimber that Killian Clary is dead. Is that true? Jimmy laughed. As a doornail. Why did you kill him? You think I killed him? He was a useful and loyal business partner. Why would I kill him? Because you're a fucking hothead. That's why. Jimmy reclined back in his chair and took a long draw on his cigarette. You really don't know anything, do you? The mine is under new management. What the fuck does that mean? It means there's a new sheriff in town, kid. I swallowed the bile that rose in my throat. Sheriff Walker? What reason would he have to murder Clary? Because Killian gave the orders to send Walker's daughter to meet the shiny gentleman. I shook my head. I can't fucking believe she was working with you. Believe it, kid. You're not going to give us the files you keep on Baraska, are you? Fuck no! Son, that would incriminate me and my entire family. And the medical records for Kyle and Destaro? Trust me, there's nothing in there that would help you. So what are you offering us? Jimmy put his cigarette out directly on the glass coffee table next to him and leaned forward. The chance to take down your father. I scoffed. Why would you want that? Look around, kid. This town's a piece of shit. White trash, poor, filthy shadow of what it once was. When Walker took over, he changed the whole business model. We used to provide a service. It was fucked up the way we did it, I'll admit that. But in the end, people got to live in a rich town and raise families like they did before the water got all fucked. Drisking was a nice little place people could be proud of. Even you have to admit it. Drisking was a fucking facade. None of that was real. It was real to them. To your teachers, your friends, even Mira and Owen Grady. I heard you scared the shit out of them a couple weeks ago. Man, when I heard that story, I was laughing so hard. Didn't think you'd give up your anonymity so quick, seeing as that's the only thing you had going for you. Other than me, of course. Jimmy Prescott was off his fucking rocker. I felt like my skull was going to crack from the audacity of it all. Working with Jimmy Prescott was the definition of suicidal insanity. Anyway, kid, so, yeah. Your dad comes in, big dick on campus, and flips the whole system on its head. Suddenly, we're running a sex trade operation. The higher-ups are happy, because now they get girls and more money than before. Walker don't really care about money long as they keep supporting him. So every dollar we make from the stables go right into his pockets and go right into the pockets of the upper echelons. No more money for the town, no more babies for the families. The Prescott legacy is in ruins. It's all straight up sex trafficking now. It's just unseemly, if you ask me. Are you sure the sheriff is involved in all of this? Involved? He's fucking running it, kid. Did you listen to anything I said? And you want me to kill him? Jimmy tipped his hat in my direction. I'd be much obliged. Why can't you do it? I said, watching Kimber out of the corner of my eye. She still hadn't moved. Because you're the only person on Earth who has a prayer of killing your daddy. I laughed. If you really believe that, you're dumber than I thought. You got the wrong kid, Prescott. My dad would kill me without thinking twice. It's Whitney he loved. A shudder ran down my spine. Loved was not the right word. Nah, I don't believe that. He could have had you killed already. Spouting off in town like you did about stolen babies. He left you alone out here, hasn't he? He knows where you are. The old sheriff's office does. But they're prohibited from moving on you. On his orders. That doesn't make any fucking sense. I mean, why? Prescott shrugged. No idea. I think it's probably just a game. You don't play until you cross the city limits. Walker had a thing about playing sick games with his kids. It's disgusting if you ask me. We have very different ideas about what's disgusting, I said. I think you'll change your mind on that before you leave town, Jimmy drawled. You actually think the sheriff would let me get close to him, knowing I had a gun and intended to kill him? I think there's a chance. He likes games. And anyway, I'm certain he'd hesitate to kill you. You're his only son, after all. I think we both know that's bullshit, I said. Jimmy raised an eyebrow at me. Holy shit, Walker. I'm impressed you knew about that kid. I don't even think he knows about this. The little bastard. And let's say I do manage to kill him. Wouldn't his deputies just shoot me? Nah. I've got a promising coup in the works. Been planning this for years. A fair number of his people are loyal to me. Even if that's true, you just kill me once it's over. Nah, I wouldn't do that. Why not? You'd be in charge, so why keep me alive? I want Baraska exposed. I want all of you sick fucks in jail. Kid, I don't want to be in charge. I don't want to do paperwork or give a shit about how money is handled or where it goes. You could do that, though. I say we take down the sheriff and install you as Big Dick on campus. Pussy for miles, son. And you can't be getting a lot these days walking around looking like you do. Fuck you. I would never be interested in this deal, and I don't understand why Kimber thought I would be. Well, I never actually told her the part about putting you in charge. Well, then what part did you tell her? I promised her I'd tell her where her boyfriend was. And I told her she'd have a shot at killing her rapist. Her rapist is already dead. Nah. Jimmy leaned back and put his arm behind his head. He isn't. My brain ran into a brick wall. I couldn't understand what the fuck he was trying to tell me. Don't look at me, kid. She wasn't assigned to me. And then it clicked. I threw up before I could stop myself, and the vomit ran down my pants to the floor. Sick, kid! You tell, I croaked. You tell the sheriff I'm fucking coming for him. I like your fury, son. Harness that shit. But you're gonna need a lot more than blinding rage. Here. Jimmy dropped a folded piece of white paper onto the coffee table next to his pile of cigarette ash. These are the coordinates of the new operation. Use your phone or something. Jimmy stood up and moved Kimber's legs out of the way with the toe of his boot. I can't wait to see what you cook up. Just remember, I need him dead, not incapacitated. He opened the door and walked out, then stopped abruptly on the other side of the threshold. Oh, and the sheriff always wears a bulletproof vest. Always. Probably even when he's fucking his wife. He laughed at his own joke, and then shut the door behind him. As soon as it clicked, I stumbled over to the door and locked it with both deadbolts. Then I collapsed against it and crawled over to Kimber, who hadn't so much as moved since she'd been tased. I was worried he had it on too high of a setting for her small frame. I rolled Kimber onto her side, a life-saving maneuver that an addict like me would need to know. And when I was satisfied that she was still breathing, I dragged a pillow down from the bed and shoved it underneath Kimber's head. I wanted to punch something, or break something, or beat someone to death. No, not just anyone. My father. The man Kimber had known since she was 9 years old. The man who had watched her grow up with his own son. Why was I fucking surprised after what he had done to Whitney? I had to kill my monsters. I would kill him too. And perhaps worst of all, Kimber hadn't told me. She'd kept it all to herself, to protect me from the pain. I was the spitting image of my father. I had known it. Prescott had confirmed it. But she never recoiled from me in disgust, or looked at me with fear. I knew the sheriff had to die. Jimmy Prescott, sick, twisted fuck that he was about to get exactly what he wanted. But I knew I couldn't let him live either. Prescott couldn't keep me alive. I was a liability. He knew that. He knew that I knew that. He was simply gifting me a lie that I could use to comfort myself while I prepared to go through with it all. Because I knew if Jimmy Prescott was coming to me for help, that meant that he had completely lost control of the situation. Then if Jimmy, with all of his money and influence, couldn't have the sheriff killed, no one could. Except maybe me. On the long shot bet that my father harbored any remaining paternal feelings for me. I only had the beginning tethers of a strategy, but soon I would have a full plan. And I knew for damn sure that it couldn't involve It could not involve Kimber. I wasn't going to bring her to mine with me. I'd put her in too much danger already. I had to figure out how to execute this perfectly, because perfectly was the only way it was going to work. But for now I would just lie on the floor as the throbbing body ache ate my coherence. A sharp pain began to push into my back between my shoulder blades. Fuck. I only had days left to live. And I didn't want to die sober. I didn't want to feel everything that you feel when you die. I wanted to be high as the fucking stars when my time came. I'd earned that at least, hadn't I? The sheriff knew I was here. Prescott was getting impatient. Time was running out. I pulled my phone out of my vomit-soaked jeans and dialed a familiar number. Yo, man. I need a favor. Jimmy fucking Prescott. Jimmy frickin' Prescott. Who would have guessed? God. Also, what's this about? Australia not having shoes? Oh, yo, there's been a fair amount of chatting. You'll love hearing me swear, Jinkies. It's true. I don't really swear anymore unless it's within a piece of literature that I'm reading. Alright, trying to catch up with chat. Shoes are weird, aren't they? Thongs? Thongs? What? What garbage hero? No shoes, just thongs. They're called thongs? Thongs. But why? You guys know that that's different in other places, right? I guess it's a cultural thing. Unless you're not pulling my leg, right? Who knows? Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. uh, rise up lights. Rise up lights. Rise up lights. Shoot, dude, you're not wrong. Yeah, Australians do have an accent. They go all like, wallabies and such. All about the outback and, yeah, things like that. I might be watching it turned Boston real quick. That turned Boston real quick. I apologize, dude. If someone answers you by saying yeah, nah, they're saying no. Nah, yeah means yes. Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Nah, yeah. Shoot, dude. I mean, that does make sense. It's whichever one it ends with. Yeah, nah. Or nah, yeah. Also, I think my favorite thing about the Australian accent is just the word no. Now, instead of no, it's ner. 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 It's like Nair. Nair. Pretty friggin' sweet. I dig that. Well, it's kind of part of my job. I also enjoy just trying to figure out other accents in general. For the sake of my voice acting. You know? Right on. My Russian accent. You mean the one for brittle? Brittle dust. Yeah, it's a pretty cool accent, I think. I've been working on it for a while now, and it's pretty cool, you know? I'm used to doing a lower Russian accent, like Tug's, like Coleman's. Yeah, the Russian accent that sound like this. Sound like this. I know. It's beautiful. I want our whole squad to be Russian. Pretty please. Oh, no, he's going for a Russian accent. Part of the lore is that Tug and Brittle are from the same area. We're born like near the same area. so he picked up the accent. Wait, was it that? Sorry, Coleman, I forget. Was it that, or was it that just Tug spent enough time with Brittle that it that his voice just started to become Russian as well? Because before Tug and I, Tug and Brittle started hanging out together and being a team, I think Tug was mainly a loner. It was affecting Rick too. Yeah, I will make everybody into Russians, and it will be like super cool, and we will all be like a little Russian gang, and we'll be like, hello, bad guys, here we are, it is time for you to die. Booyah, fear our awesome Russian power. Tug did talk to others, but obviously Dust affected him more. Right on. Yeah. And I think part of Dust's thing is that he's so like set in his ways that I don't think his accent could change if he wanted to. Like I imagine if he were to attempt like doing other accents, it would not go well. Unless that's like a skill that he really tried to train, but I don't know if that would interest him too much. Also, guys, I'm looking for like brainstorm ideas for the Lancers song. I'm still not sure, so I have a couple of options. In fact, I think I can do a poll now. Create a new poll. Question: how should the Lancers theme song sound? Power Rangers vibe? Tank, aka Cowboy Bebop vibe? More like 80s digital / electro. Those are my ideas. Marching song. All right. I'll leave this up for 5 minutes. Start poll. Hey, sick, it works. I can do polls now. Dude, that's gonna make choosing stories way easier whenever we have options. Yes. This is what we got so far. Power Rangers is taking the cake. We got one for Cowboy Bebop though. Boom 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 boom. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. So friggin' good. Does your bot have a roll20 command? In case you guys decide to give viewers something to do? Oh. I haven't looked into that yet. I know there's an extension for the D&D Beyond that you can throw in there that gives the viewers some things to interact with and whatnot, but I'll need to look into if they do a Roll20 one. That'd be really sweet though, dude. Dang it, Coleman. That doesn't help. Or I guess it somewhat helps. It lowers the options. At least I know the 80s electro vibe isn't quite as wanted. Or I can X that idea. Yeah, we got 3 for Power Rangers and 2 for Tank. It's a close call, but I think people are wanting Power Rangers better. My trouble is I don't know how to, or I'm not entirely sure how to go about the Power Rangers one, because Go Go Corp 51, although that might work, I don't like the sound of it. And I really want us to have like a better name than that. Go Go Corp Lancers. Yeah, I figured something Lancers would work out pretty well. Go Go Mecha Lancers. But there's also the fact that I also can't just make it the Power Rangers theme song. It needs to be different enough. so that it's not just the Power Rangers theme. Mecha Lancers. But yeah, that's the thing. I can't have it be that same melody. That is troublesome. But I can give it still like an upbeat, not metal, but like, live band, like acoustic, or not acoustic, electric guitar, bass, drums, all that stuff. Kind of like pseudo metal. Forget what genre would you put the Power Rangers song into? Yeah, I feel like the Bebop one is more feasible. Maybe I could do a mesh of the two? Question mark? Mesh of the two? Right on. I'm gonna end the poll. Yeah, dude, and thanks for using your points, Colio. I appreciate that, dude. Oh, we got 1 vote for the 80s digital and electro. Do like a jazzy go-go Power Rangers. Go, go, Mecha Lancers. Go, go, Mecha Lancers. Maybe. We'll see. Coleman rigged it. He did. Yeah. Good, dude. Honestly, if there's ever an anime to get a tattoo for, Cowboy Bebop would be the one for me. Would you try to have a full vocal track for the Bebop one, or just like Tank with minimal vocals thrown in? I think it would be similar to Tank. But there might be a section with some like with some lyrics, I feel like. Because I would want there to at least be some lyrics. Also, I'm planning on, similar to the how the Lost Sons Archive one is going to be set in a tavern and set up as though Brittle is with like a band that he's a part of and performing it live for everyone inside of this tavern. It's going to be similar to that, where I want it to start off with Podrick Don Pedal going, "Hey Cosmo, do you remember that one song, like the one that goes," and then I'll like kind of pseudo sing part of the song, and then I'll see if Coleman can give me it back with like, "Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, can you put that one on? I know you're DJing during this fight, so get on it." And then it'll start off like playing through like the speaker in the mech, and throughout the song, like there might be a small section where it stops being like the fully mixed version, and I try to make it in a soundscape kind of way, sound as though it's being projected inside the mech, and Podrick is like jamming out to it, like sort of singing along to it, kind of like that Spider-Man scene with the kid going like, gotta be, where he's not actually singing the lyrics, or singing only some of the lyrics. Yeah, dude, I thought about that. I'm gonna do it through comms. I'm gonna make it so that it sounds as though they're talking through comms in their mechs, so that it can be relatively bad quality, and I can edit it to where that won't be too much of a problem, I don't think. Calling it quits now, baby, I'm a wreck. How do you remember the tune of the song? You write it down somehow or just memorize it? Oh, what do you mean? Yeah, dude. Crappy microphone squad? Mine is like, not even mid-grade. Mic. I don't know, I guess if we're considering the grand scheme of all microphones, it's like mid-grade for USB condenser mics. Oh, how do I like, oh, gotcha. So how do I remember the tune for the song? So yeah, most of the time, it depends on what I'm trying to create, but a lot of times it starts off with the melody idea. I'll mess around like on a keyboard, playing out different tunes and thinking about ideas for the song itself. Most of the time I need to go off of a solid concept, For instance, the Lost Sons Archive one was had the basis of me simply saying to myself, okay, I want it to sound somewhat bardic, and I also want it to be about the sun's disappearance and how it affected the world, So it's nice when I have a jumping off point, because that way the music can reflect the concept, If I just go into a song, making a song for making a song's sake, it can often not have as much heart, or not come out with as much, with the actual like notes and melodies and without the tune reflecting the concept. You know what I mean? Yo, what's up, Code? Welcome. We are in the midst of SYMP Saturday. We've been hanging out for a little bit here before we jump into chapter 10. Excuse me? Captain Spurt? Captain Spurt? Thank you. Thank you so much. Gosh, dude. Goodness, I don't even know if we've seen you around before this. How are you, man? Thank you for jumping in and right off the bat flipping gifting was that 5 people? Gave out three. Goodness, still, man. Thank you so much. Well, I've lost entirely what my train of thought was before that. Goodness, man. Are you here? Are you in the chat? Regardless, if you can hear me right now, know that I'm immensely grateful. Yeah. Like I said earlier in the stream, I have a lot of subscriptions that I have to manage nowadays, like the East West Instruments one, the Premiere Pro one, the Streamlabs one, so the monthly support is immensely helpful. And know that it goes to a good use, and it's basically put right back into the channel through my hard work. Heck yeah, what a fella. He just dipped? Well. Huh. Cool beans. The mysterious hero of the night. Mystery gift subber. Many people getting gifts in their names today. True. Yeah, dude, paying for softwares. It can be hard on the wallet. Did they show you those piracy ads for no reason? What? Oh, he's one of your friends named Walt? Shoot. Well, nice. I'm glad I know the actual name. Thank you, Walt. Walter, my B. Oh, gotcha. He goes by Walter, not Walt. Thank you, Walter. The mysterious guy. Dude, gifting subs is the spookiest thing you can do. Gifting a sub and then vanishing. Super spooky. I can dig it. Bleh. What's up, silly? Welcome. Glad to catch you here. Well, guys, we're at chapter 10 of Baraska. Do we want to... We're at this crossroads yet again. Continue Baraska, or go and check out some of the other stuff I had planned tonight. Can a bot get a sub? I don't know. It's a good question. Nightbot. Nightbot needs the sub, dude. How else is he gonna do the emotes? Which will be there soon enough. Hopefully. I do have it in the works with Keitanamore. We're gonna be working on... I don't know if I ought to reveal it. Just know I'm not gonna reveal everything about it, but since Snoopy is probably most definitely a copyrighted thingamabob, we're gonna work on creating a Merry Mitch mascot. Some sort of, cute animal hybrid, something or other to be chilling with us whenever we're reading. But that's all I'll say about it so far. I did think about an owl, but not entirely sure yet. Again, I won't reveal anything else, but it's gonna be killer. Yeah, dude, it's gonna be sweet. Sweet. Alright, but again, we are at this crossroads. Do we want to continue with Baraska? Or move on to either a creepypasta, or we have this big old string of tweets that is apparently a real account of a terrifying happening that occurred to Greg here. A Budget's frog? What? A Skippy cat? Aw. Yeah, dude. I do want to continue with Baraska as well, but I wanna make sure we make time for these as well. Does Baraska mean something in English? It's a good question. I actually don't know. Let's look it up. Baraska. Meaning. Plural of, or the plural is baraskas. In mining, a mine that is no longer producing profitability. Or that is no longer producing profitably. Huh. Keyboard warriors. Oh yeah. Thank you, Code, dude. Honest to goodness, it was really sweet. You know, I had that follower goal down below there for a solid bit, but we got here quicker than I ever imagined we would. And it's really exciting that I have more tools at my disposal to improve the stream with, you know? I can now start getting some emotes up in here. I can, you know, I was able to put my face down where where people get their words, and it's a solid thing. And today marking the first stream as an affiliate, it is it's a grand occasion. Excuse you, sir. What's up, Mobbin? How you doing, dude? Well, if you're so inclined, you, well, actually, I don't know if there's anyone else to gift a sub to. Oh, well, I don't think Code has one yet. If you're so inclined, you can can join the gift hype train. My take on, what is that? Craigasm? Don't encourage him. Just throwing it out there, you know? I place the opportunity in front. Well, guys, we've been going for 2.5 hours. I initially meant to do a break at 1.5 hours, so it's time for a break. It's really cool to see so many people that have showed up, though. And we've got an anonymous gifter. We've got an anonymous gifter. Well, hey, whoever that was out there must be one cool bean. Right on. Thank you, everybody. Goodness. I need a break, like, if not for just settling down after being rattled with so many subs. Goodness. It was a tier 2 sub? What? Oh snap, it was! Good gracious! We got our first orchid. Congratulations, Code. You are now an orchid amongst wildflowers. Oh, and thank you for the bits. Oh, Cookie, dude. I didn't know you were here. Welcome, welcome, dude. Thank you so much for cheering me on. Goodness, guys. Yeah, sorry. Whenever, like, so here's my thing. Whenever I don't know, appear to be doing well, and there's a lot of peeps in the stream, and we're having a dandy time, I have this moment where I go, do I just skip the break? I could skip the break. I could just skip the break, and maybe like then maybe like that would be better, and we'd get in more fun times. But that's where my thought process was. But I think it will be best for me to take a little break, refresh my water, and make some water and all that jazz. 5 to 7 minutes as per usual. Okay, guys, thank you so much for being here, and I hope to see you in about 5 to 7 minutes. As always, please stand up, rise from your seat. We've been sitting here for like 2.5 hours. It's a long time to be sitting in a chair, even if your chair is like the best back support thing in the world. Still important to get yourself up and moving a little bit, as I intend to. What is movement? Well, you could do a little like what? Do a little like wave maneuver. Could do that thing where your booty goes up and down a bunch. That's a fun one. Just get up and do something, whether it's dancing, doing a little jig, walking outside to take a breath of fresh air. Get your body moving, stretch a little. It'll do you good. And yeah, I'll go do that too. Be right back, guys. Don't go nowhere, my wildflowers. We'll be coming back with the Twitter thread that was submitted by Keaton, or Keitanamore in chat, that supposedly tells a real account of some spooky thing. I'm excited for it. Keaton says that I'll love it, so I got high hopes. Garbage hero, no. Alright, much love everybody, and I'll see you very soon. What do I give? How do I live in this life of ours? All I know is that I take plenty from here under the stars. I won't revive, I won't relive. I accept what I've done and I forgive. What do I give? How do I live in this life of ours? All I know is that I take plenty from here under the stars. I won't revive, I won't relive. I accept what I've done and I forgive. What do I give? How do I live in this life of ours? All I know is that I took money from here under the stars. I won't revive, I won't relive. I accept what I've done and I forgive. Nebulous days lead me to ravenous haze. Nebulous days lead me to ravenous haze, which will block my gaze. Illusory ways make feelings that don't stay. In and out they face. Is it always that? My tangible wishes are just out of reach. Nebulous days lead me to ravenous haze, which will block my gaze. Illusory ways make feelings that don't stay. In and out they fade. Is it always that? My intangible wishes are just out of reach.
やれやれ。退屈だと言って何も行動せず、刺激を求める割には挑戦しない。
Feelings that don't stay. Feelings that don't stay. Feelings that don't stay.
いいかい、埼玉市。人生は当てのない旅だよ。新しい景色を見るためには自分で道を切り開くしかないんだ。
Is it always that? Is it always that? My intangible wishes are just out of reach. Are just out of reach. Is it always that? Is it always that? High in the halls of the kings who are gone, Jenny would dance with her ghosts, the ones she had lost and the ones she had found, and the ones who had loved her the most.
Until we accept reality, we can't make any progress.
Ba-da-da-da. Wow, 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 wow. What's up? Hello, everybody. Let me bring up the ambience a little bit. Can you guys hear the campfire? Okay. It's good to be back. I had a pleasant break. I made some water, drank some water, did a handstand, stretched, did the downward dog, and and then closed my eyes for a bit. You know, just allow myself some deep breaths. Hope everybody else's breaks were just as relaxing and dandy as mine was. Yeah, and how's everybody feeling? On a scale of 1 to Mary. It's a unique skill, Colio. You know, one of those special traits. A 16. What? What? Oh no, May demerits. No, it's okay, May. Don't worry about it. Let's see. I did want to check on. Oh, I forget where it is now. Never mind. Let's go ahead and switch over to the first of the Twitter posts of doom. So guys, this is from a guy that is at Gregory88, but with a 3 for the E. Assumedly named Greg. Again, no idea what we're getting into here, to be honest, but I'm excited nonetheless. Something weird is happening in the woods outside my house, and I don't know what to do. I guess I should start at the beginning. This isn't really my house, it was my grandpa's, but I guess it's mine now. He died a couple of months ago, and because of some tricky paperwork, I'm apparently responsible for it now. He lived pretty far away, up in the mountains by the lake. There are a couple of other houses down the road, but they seemed like they're empty for the season. I assume they're summer houses. I've been here for a few days, and it's really pretty. But it's super quiet and chilly. My mom never talked about my grandpa, and I only met him once, when I was real young. I think they had a bad relationship, but a few times I asked about it, she got annoyed and changed the subject. So basically, I don't really know what I'm doing here. This guy from my grandpa's estate basically told me the house is mine now, so I came up here to sell it as fast as I can and go home. I guess it's not that easy to just sell a house, especially one in the middle of nowhere. At any rate, I think I'm alone up here. Or at least I was. I figured I'd be up here for a couple of weeks to get this all handled, and then I'd go home to be done with it. I'm on a break from grad school, so I don't have any other responsibilities at the moment. But now, weird things are starting to happen. It started on my third day here. There's a little town about 25 minutes away, and I'd gone to get some food and supplies since don't know how long I'll be staying here. And when I got back that evening, there was something strange on my door. It was this artifact? I don't know what to call it. It was obviously handmade. It was made of sticks and twine and had some small bones tied into the middle of it. Bill Cipher? Ba-da-na. Dude, Bill's voice is so good. Hello! Bill Cipher here. He's got a kind of like an 80 or an old school radio show host kind of voice. I didn't think too much of it at the time. I figured it was probably a kid from one of the other houses trying to mess with me. So I took it off the door and tossed it into the fireplace. Bill, no! By the next morning, I'd pretty much forgotten about it. And honestly, I had too much on my plate at the moment to worry about some kid's prank. So I got up that morning, ate some breakfast, and went out on the deck with some coffee. I was sitting there, drinking my coffee, when I noticed something hanging in the tree just over the railing. It was another one of those artifacts. It was just like the last one, but it had a rock tied to it instead of a bone. And then, almost immediately, I saw another one in a tree further down by the ground. I went down the deck, steps to retrieve it, and then I started seeing even more of them. I found about 8 in total, hanging in trees all around the house. They all had different objects tied to them. Bones, feathers, that sort of thing. It was definitely weird, but I was more annoyed than anything, thinking that someone was in my yard decorating the trees with these ugly goth Christmas ornaments. Also, if someone was trying to scare me, it was going to take more than some bullshit arts and crafts project to do the trick. I gathered all the artifacts together and burned them like the first one. After I disposed of all the stick things, I took a shower, got dressed, and went outside to do some basic tie-dyeing and whatnot. The deck and yard are sort of overgrown, and leaves are starting to fall and cover everything. Being a new homeowner is a lot of work, turns out. That's when I saw something that actually did make me nervous. I was raking a corner of the yard when I saw something dark on the ground, off in the trees. I couldn't tell what it was from afar, so I went to investigate. At first I thought it was a blanket, but when I got closer, it looked like a big sweatshirt or a hoodie or something. I didn't want to touch it, but it was obviously clothing of some kind. I looked around and realized it was a whole encampment. There were a couple of old socks, a pair of what I think was underwear, gross, a few old napkins scattered around, plastic spoon, and creepiest of all, a beat-up notebook. I flipped open the notebook, but nothing was written inside. A whole bunch of pages had been ripped out of it, so I know someone had been using it. Plus, you could sort of see the shadow of pen marks on the most recent page. Couldn't make out what had been written, though. Anyway, that definitely freaked me out. It was clear someone was camping out on my property and possibly trying to scare me out of the house. I wasn't really sure what to do about it, though. What could I do? I definitely didn't sleep well that night. That was the day before yesterday. The next morning, I sort of expected more weird artifacts to be outside, but I didn't see anything. And the encampment was gone, so I figured it was probably a homeless person passing through or something. I thought that was the end of it, and turned my attention back to the house. I realized the house had almost no cleaning products, and I needed to pick up supplies again. I drove into town and picked up some Windex, some spare light bulbs, and some other stuff. Then came home. The driveway ends a ways up from the house, and then you have to trek down a path which bends around the side of the house to get in. I was walking around the house when I saw some movement across the yard, near a tree. I froze, dead in my tracks. Someone was standing under a tree, staring at my house. They didn't see me, though, since I was also partly behind some trees and a good distance away. Whoever it was, they were wearing the same dark hoodie I'd seen in the grass the day before. As quietly as I could, I set down my shopping bags next to me, slipped my phone out of my pocket, managed to take a couple of photos, but the person turned and disappeared into the woods. I stood there for a couple minutes, too nervous to move, in case the person came back. But they didn't, so I picked up my bags and hurried inside. Picked up the phone to call the cops, but put it back down because I didn't even know what to tell him. Someone was looking at my house. Like any police officer would take me seriously. And like an idiot, I destroyed all the weird artifacts from before, so there would be no evidence anyways. I felt like there was nothing I could do right then. I was mad at myself and feeling scared all alone in the house, so I locked all the doors and left out the back. I went down to the lake because I didn't know where else to go. I just knew I didn't want to be in the house at the moment. I walked a ways down the lake shore, then sat for a while looking out at the water. I thought about getting in my car and just going home, but I felt like that would get me in trouble. There's all sorts of property tax stuff I don't understand. I feel trapped. Also, I couldn't decide if I was actually in danger. When my grandpa died, it took me a couple months to actually get up to the house, so maybe someone was squatting in the empty house? And now that I'm here, they might just leave on their own accord? It was starting to get dark, so I reluctantly headed back to the house. I walked up the stairs leading to the back of the house, but right before I go inside, I got this weird chill. I made up my mind that I absolutely did not want to stay in the house overnight. I decided to go get my car and drive into town to find a motel for the night. The house was all locked up, and I already had my keys, so I went back around the house and toward the path that led to the driveway. And that's when I saw her. The figure from before, standing right in the middle of my front lawn. staring straight at my house. I froze in place, completely in shock. I was practically right next to her, but it was almost as if she didn't see me. Then it hit me. She couldn't see me because she had no eyes. She had no fucking eyes. You just saw shiny skin over where her eyes should be. She had almost no hair at all. I wanted to run, but I felt like if I moved even a little, she'd hear me. As quietly as I could, I went for my phone. I needed some sort of evidence to show the cops. It all felt like it was happening in slow motion. I feel sick to my stomach as I'm writing this, but I was able to get it on video. My heart is racing just thinking about this. I haven't been able to watch it since I recorded it, but here it is. I ran back around the house and got inside. I scrambled upstairs and looked out my bedroom window at the front yard, but she had vanished. Remembering it now, it feels like it didn't really happen. Like it was a nightmare or something. I called the cops and explained what happened. I'm sure I sounded crazy, but they said they'd send someone by in the morning and to keep my doors locked. So that's where I am now. Alone in the woods, freaking out. I know I won't be able to sleep tonight. I feel lightheaded and nauseous. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm scared shitless. Tristan. The past couple of days have been really strange. I always have shitty reception up here, so I'm sorry for not updating. They sent a police officer up yesterday morning, but I feel like it didn't accomplish anything. I explained everything to the cop, and even took him out to the clearing where I found the stuff, but it was all gone except for the notebook. And since the notebook is empty, it was basically useless. I feel like the cop didn't believe me anyway. I showed him the photos I took of the stick things, and he said at worst it counted as vandalism. But without physical evidence of trespassing, they couldn't do anything. When I showed him the video, he still acted really skeptical. Kept asking if I knew the person in the video. I think he thought I was pranking him or something. I ended up just getting frustrated. The cop said to call the station if something happened. After he left, I went back and got the notebook from the clearing. Maybe there's a way to figure out what was written on the last page? I don't know. Anyway, the cop drove away and I was alone again. It's so damn quiet up here. All I want to do is leave, but I feel like I can't. I'm so far away from home that I can't even invite a friend up here to keep me company. And even if someone did come, it would take them a couple of days. I haven't seen the woman from before. I feel like she's still out there. And other weird things are happening too. I took a walk around the lake yesterday because I wanted to get a look at the other houses in the area. Maybe see if someone else has noticed anything weird. But they're all empty. Every house is totally dark, and there are no cars in any of the driveways. I haven't seen a single person at all. Except once. Well, sort of. After I came back from my walk, I was out on the deck and saw a boat in the water, way off in the distance. They weren't moving, They stayed there all afternoon. I feel like they were watching me. I mean, they actually stayed out there in the same place until it got too dark to see them anymore. Normally, I'd think they were just fishing, if it weren't for what happened the day before. And the fact that all the houses seem empty. Where did they come from? The boat was gone this morning, so who knows? I microwaved some oatmeal for breakfast and took it down to the dock near the water. It's weird, but I sort of feel safer down there. The water makes me feel less stressed, I guess. I kind of feel like time goes by faster when I'm by the lake. It's like meditative or whatever. Anyway, I was actually starting to feel a little better about everything this morning, if it wasn't for what happened next. I'd finished my oatmeal, and I was starting back toward the house when I noticed something in the water. It was in this little inlet by the shore. It was small and white, and at first I thought it was a brightly colored rock, but I wasn't sure. It seemed too round. Probably against my better judgment, I took off my shoes and went into the water to retrieve it. It was an eyeball. A fucking eyeball. This has to be from an animal, right? Please tell me this is from a big fish or something. I threw it back in the water and hustled back up to the house. Washed my hands in the sink and then sat on the couch for a long time. I don't know what's going on. I can't believe I picked that up out of the water. I still feel gross. And to make matters worse, the boat is back out there. It showed up again this afternoon. And it's just sitting there, in the same place as yesterday. Are they watching me from the boat? I keep hearing things at night. I stand out on the deck and I feel like I can hear things moving through the trees. It's probably just deer or something, but I can't help imagining it's someone else. Something else. I'm sure I'm making it out to be worse than it is. Are deer nocturnal? I see them out on the road sometimes when I'm driving into town. I try not to think about it. But last night it was worse. I heard screams. That sounds so stupid to say, but I don't know what else to call it. I was brushing my teeth and I heard something out the bathroom window. I'm sure it was an animal, but my toothbrush was buzzing, so I can't be sure. And then this morning, I found the bloody remains of something right in the middle of my yard. It was literal intestines, and they were fresh. I feel like I can't even post something like that on Twitter. Like, is it gonna get flagged if I post it? I don't know what to do. Maybe I can upload it separately and share a link or something? Fair warning, this is pretty gross, so Don't look if you're squeamish. I'm sure it's just an animal. But what did this? And why was it left right in front of my house? What's the verdict, guys? Do you want to see the image? Alright, we got a poll. I will. We got one, oh yeah, baby. Got 3 shores. None for no. 1 for no. I'm not sure. If it's animal intestines, right? That's fine. Like, not ideal, but fine. Okay. Well, never mind. End poll. I think most of us can get the idea of the mental image. Okay. Yeah, sorry, it's disgusting. Anyway, I scooped it up with a shovel and flung them into the woods, a ways away from the house. I don't know if bears are up here, but I couldn't leave it. And besides, animal guts are the least of my worries right now. I have other things on my mind. I don't know if I can post the link. I can. Alright, guys. There it is, if you so choose. I've been trying to figure out what's written in this notebook from the woods. I've had it for a couple of days, and I can see faint letters, but I can't make them out. A bunch of people replied and told me to do a pencil or charcoal rubbing, but I didn't have anything like that. Found a bunch of pens, but no pencils, so I had to go back into town. It was actually really hard to find charcoal. I finally had some luck at this little hardware store. The box didn't even have a price tag on it, so I feel like it had been sitting there on the shelf for years. It seems like people in town are starting to recognize me. I don't like it. I didn't plan to be here that long, but it looks like I might not have a choice. People are nice enough, but it seems like the kind of town where everybody knows everyone, and I definitely don't belong. When I was in the hardware store, these little kids were following me around, giggling and making fun of me. I think they were twins. I couldn't really hear what they were saying, but I'm sure they were making fun of me because little kids are jerks. On the way out of town, I stopped at the grocery store. but they were out of some of the things I wanted. Seems like they're always out of stuff. They've been out of eggs for a couple of days, so I just got some Pop-Tarts and, other stuff, and then left. He feels like he has to stay at the house because there's like tax things that he doesn't understand about, or he's also trying to sell the house. But no, he could definitely leave if he really wanted to. Anyway, the notebook. I've actually been putting it off for most of the afternoon because I wasn't sure I wanted to find out what that woman was writing. I can't ignore it forever. I'm gonna eat dinner and then I guess I'll try the charcoal. I'll be back in a bit. Jesus, so I did the charcoal rubbing over the most recent page in the book, like people were telling me to do. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. I'm sort of freaking out. They took my eyes. What even is this? What the fuck? I feel like I'm gonna throw up. I need to go sit down. What the hell is going on? I called my mom yesterday. Wanted to see if she knew anything about this place. She said I've actually been here before, when I was really young. I don't remember any of that. Tried asking her again why she never got along with my grandfather, but she's so cagey about it. She grew up in a town nearby, and my grandfather didn't move into this house until after my mom left for school. I guess she never really came back. We talked for a bit, but my reception here is spotty. She asked me if there's still wine in the cellar, and told her there wasn't a cellar. But she said there is, down in the basement, off to a corner. She hung up. I went downstairs to look, and she was right. There's a bunch of old antique stuff in the basement, and behind some filing cabinets, there's a dusty little wine cellar. Can't believe I missed it at first. It's full of wine, and some of it is really old. There were also these weird wooden wine stoppers all over the place. From the looks of this, it seems like nobody has been down here for a while. Poor guy. And look at some of these bottles. I don't know anything about wine. I wonder if they're good? Anyway, at least I have a surplus of alcohol down here to take my mind off of how weird things have been lately. This house keeps surprising me. I keep finding weird shit around the property. Like there's a collapsed shed in the back, a little ways through the trees. It's not that strange, I guess, but I can't help overthinking everything I see now. A little ways away from the shed, I found this in the middle of a clearing. What is this? None of it makes sense. There's something else I found that I can't stop thinking about. There's so much junk around the house, and I'm trying to clean it up. Partly because it'll help this place sell faster, but also to keep my mind off of things. I was sorting through some debris and found these old rusty letters in a pile on the ground, partly under the foundation. I could see some nail holes on the side of the house, so I think they were on the house at one point. I know sometimes people give lake houses names. I can't figure out what they might have said, though. I brought them inside and laid them all out on the kitchen floor to see if I could make sense of them. But no luck so far. Maybe someone else can figure it out? Sorry for not updating in a while. The reception up here is terrible, and I haven't been able to get Twitter to load all that often. At least there's a lot of wine in the cellar, so I haven't been too bored. I've mostly been trying to keep busy getting the house in shape to sell. A realtor is supposed to come up here next week to help me formally list it, which is good because I'd like to get out of here. But there's something weird about the town down the road that I can't figure out. I've been getting cabin fever pretty bad, so the other day I drove into town to have breakfast and wander around a little bit to get my mind off things. I saw something out in the woods today. I've been trying not to spend all my time at the house since being cooped up all the time makes me feel crazy. Even though it might not be super safe to be out alone in the woods, it still feels better than being home all the time. God, I can't believe I just referred to that place as home. I've been here too long. Anyway, I was taking a walk today. These woods would be so pretty if I didn't feel like someone was going to murder me out here. I was almost enjoying myself when I stumbled into a clearing and found something strange. There was a single, filthy chair overlooking a ledge. It didn't seem that creepy at first, but I got this funny feeling, so I took out my phone and pulled up my Maps app, and sure enough, the chair pointed in the exact direction of my house. I was probably a mile away from the house at this point, but it was still weird. It made me feel queasy, and I didn't want to stick around, so I hustled out of there. But I'd barely walked 30 feet when I found something else. Something way worse. I don't even know how to describe it. What the hell is this? Took a video of it too. It freaked me out, but I was mesmerized by it at the same time. I couldn't stop staring at it. I felt like I was in a daze. Seems like every day there's something new, but I'm not closer to understanding what's happening out here. Or why. I finally pulled myself away and practically stumbled away from the rock. I felt dizzy walking away. I just wanted to go back home. and I started back in the direction of the house. And that's when I saw her. That woman from before. She was standing up on a hill, seemingly staring at nothing. I darted behind a nearby tree, but luckily I don't think she saw me. I hadn't seen her in weeks. I knew she was still out here. Took a video from behind the tree. I don't even know why. It's not like it'll do any good. But at least I have proof that I wasn't imagining any of this. She's got no legs. Eventually, she left the hill and disappeared into the woods. Once I was sure she was gone, I left the tree and practically ran back home. The whole way back, I kept expecting her to appear again and attack me or something. I don't understand what she's doing out here. Is she a witch? That sounds so stupid, but I don't know how to explain any of this. Those weird stick artifacts and now this thing on the rock. It feels like fucking witchcraft or something. And who's on that boat I keep seeing out there on the lake? Why is everyone in town so weird? At this point, I just want answers. And I feel like I'm getting close to getting them. I'm just scared of what they might be. I agree, man. She does look kind of like a Dementor. And that doesn't make it any less unsettling. I found out what those letters spell. I'd basically forgotten about it after finding them outside the house. I put them in the back of the closet and pretty much stopped thinking about them. But yesterday, I found something else. There's this little alcove upstairs with built-in shelves and a bunch of old books. Sort of a mini library. I was flipping through some of them looking for something to read when I came across this little book about wine. Tucked inside were a couple of old Polaroid photos. They were pretty faded, so it was hard to make out what they were. The first one was pretty unremarkable. It looks like it's just a photo of trees outside. The second one was even blurrier. For a minute, I didn't know what I was looking at. But then I realized it was the house. And the letters I found on the ground a couple of weeks ago. The photo was super fuzzy, so it took me a second. But I was able to make it out. Deepwater Chapel. This is so weird. I've never heard the name before. Was my house a church or something? I spent the afternoon going through all the other books in the library, but didn't find any other pictures. I don't know what to make of this. I'll let you know if I find anything else, but yeah, I don't know. She was here. That woman was in my house. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I can barely type. Sorry, I'll try to explain. Alright, so I was in the woods out back yesterday when it started pouring. It happened really suddenly, and even though I wasn't far from the house, I got soaked anyway. It rained most of the evening. I left my clothes by the fireplace to dry and ended up going to bed early. Or, I guess it was today. Sorry, I'm still not really awake yet. Anyway, I had this awful dream tonight. Sorry if I'm rambling a bit, I'm still trying to collect my thoughts. Sorry. My hands are shaking. In the dream, I was on the deck outside with a bunch of friends from back home. We were all sitting in a circle. My friend Eric was there, talking about how creepy the woods were. He was saying how the trees were just big black silhouettes, and anything could be out there watching you, and you'd never know it. He was sort of freaking me out, but I was trying not to show it. I know what you're doing, and it's not gonna work. You're not gonna scare me. And Eric sort of narrowed his eyes at me and said, I bet I can scare you. Something about the way he said it made me feel uneasy. And I was like, alright, very funny. You can stop now. But Eric wasn't smiling anymore. He was just staring back at me. The whole mood seemed to shift at this point. Nobody in the circle was talking anymore, and it suddenly got really quiet. No sound except the wind and the lake down below. Any trace of joking had disappeared from Eric's face. After a long minute, he slowly cocked his head to the side a bit and said, Is there someone here with us right now who shouldn't be? All of a sudden, I was too scared to break Eric's gaze. Afraid I'd see something I didn't want to. For a long time, we just stared at each other. Nobody said anything. Then, very softly, Eric said, Is there somebody watching you sleep right now, Greg? That's when I bolted awake. It was the middle of the night. I was alone in my room, but I had this weird feeling that someone had just been there in the room with me. I laid there in bed for a minute, too afraid to move, too scared to breathe even. And then I heard something downstairs. At least I thought I did. This house is always making sounds, so I couldn't be sure. I hesitated for a moment, then crept out of bed and went down the hall, trying to be as quiet as possible. On the second floor landing, I could see the living room and part of the kitchen. Everything seemed normal. I couldn't hear the wind blowing. I could hear the wind blowing pretty loudly outside, so I figured maybe I hadn't heard anything at all. I tried to calm myself down. I was wide awake at this point and too shaken to go back to bed. So Thank you, Garbage Hero. Congrats on becoming a tulip, Tristan. A tulip amongst wildflowers. Not gonna lie, the sound from that genuinely startled me. I don't know if it was obvious, but it definitely did. I tried to calm myself down. Oh yeah. So I went downstairs to get a snack or some coffee or something. I walked into the kitchen and stopped dead in my tracks. There's a door in the kitchen that leads outside, and it was open. There's a door in the kitchen that leads outside. Yeah, and it was wide open. I know I locked it. I lock all the doors every night. And even if I forgot to lock it, I know I wouldn't leave the door open like this. The whole kitchen floor is wet with rain. I'm calling a locksmith first thing in the morning to come change the locks. Shit. I want to leave, but I don't even know where I'd go. I'm alone out here. Should I find a motel? And I just realized my wet clothes are gone. She fucking stole my clothes. I'm not spending the night here. Sorry, Garbage Hero. And that's one of the words that I don't allow in the chat. But I do see it. I know, she stole my clothes. She stole my clothes. I mean, maybe hers were wet, you know? She needed some dry clothes. I'm out of tea. Help. That's right. I feel like that the C word is more common in Australia. I don't know. It probably just depends on the place and the people. I didn't even think of this. I left, but I'm still freaking out a bit. I'm trying to find a hotel or something. If she was able to navigate in the house and she has no eyes, that means she's familiar with the house and the house layout. She's been in there before. And she knows it well enough to walk around without bumping into anything and making a lot of noise. Get the fuck out. I'm sorry I haven't said anything in a while. I've been staying in a motel about an hour outside of town. When I left the house that night, I just kept driving until I felt like I was far enough away to feel safe. I called the locksmith, but they weren't able to come out right away. And there was no way I was going back to the house without new locks. So I've been waiting it out here until I can go back. Basically doing nothing, jumping at every little sound, and feeling crazy. Finally, a couple days ago, the locksmith called back and said he'd come out. So I checked out of the motel and got in my car to drive home. It was a pretty long drive, and the closer I got to the woods, the worse I felt. In my head, I knew going back was wrong. But I can't just leave for good. I don't know. I can't explain it. I can't leave. I don't expect anyone to understand. I don't even understand. Anyway, I drove past town and reached the woods, where the roads get worse and harder to drive on. They get twisty as you drive up to the house, and you have to be careful not to hit deer. I almost always see a dozen or so deer on my drive, but today there were none. Not a single deer in sight. In fact, the woods seemed a lot quieter than usual. I could have been imagining it, but something definitely seemed off. I was almost ready to turn around when something darted across the road. It was so fast I wasn't sure I saw it at all. I panicked and swerved off the road and into a deep groove by the roadside. By the time I realized what had happened, the thing was gone. I have no idea what it was. It was just a blur. But it wasn't a deer. It was red. Red like blood. Worse, my car was stuck. It was my mom's old car. This week, little two-wheel drive, and I couldn't manage to get it out of the groove. I sat there for a long time trying to figure out what to do. I knew it wasn't a good idea to walk the rest of the way, but if I didn't, I'd miss the locksmith, and I'd have to either spend the night in the house with old locks, or go back to the motel, which I couldn't afford. I wasn't too far away from the house, so it made the most sense to walk the rest of the way and call a tow truck from home. I needed to meet the locksmith anyway, so I got out and started walking. Once I was outside, I realized I'd been right about the woods seeming quieter than usual. I couldn't even hear birds. It was dead silent. My footsteps seemed so loud. Every twig that cracked under my shoe sounded like a bone breaking. I was periodically checking my phone's GPS to make sure I was heading the right way. I had just rechecked my route and was about to put my phone away when I saw something that made my heart sink. It was another one of those artifacts, like the ones I'd seen on my first day here. But it had one of my gloves tied to it. From the rainstorm last week, when I left my clothes by the fire to dry, there was a pair of gloves with them. I knew that woman had taken my clothes that night, and this just confirmed it. I always knew I'd find the rest of my clothes, or I also knew I'd find the rest of my clothes before I even saw them. And sure enough, I found more of those artifacts not far from the first. Found my other glove, my socks, and a bandana. Everything from that night except for a sweatshirt I'd been wearing. I left him alone this time. I didn't want to touch them. Also, all I wanted to do was get back to the house, get the locks changed, and call a tow truck. I started jogging a bit, wanting nothing more than to get away from those stick things. But after a while, I started to think that I should have been home already. I slowed my pace and took out my phone, but it wouldn't calibrate this time. It couldn't seem to locate me in the GPS. Still, I could hear the lake off to my left, which meant if I kept walking alongside it, I should get to my house eventually. So I kept moving and tried not to think about getting lost. I must have gotten turned around because I was walking for what seemed like ages. I found myself in a part of the woods that seemed unfamiliar. I had no idea where I was. Then suddenly I saw something off in the distance. Something bright white, almost seeming to glow against the dark trees. I couldn't figure out what it was from a distance, so I went closer, trying to be as quiet as I could. When I actually got close enough to see what it was, my mouth literally fell open. It was eggs. Huge eggs, all in a cluster, like a nest. They were enormous. It's hard to explain their size, but you can sort of see them in relation to my boot here. I felt like I was dreaming. Before I even knew what I was doing, I touched one. I couldn't help myself. It was warm. I had a sudden urge to smash it and see what was inside, but then just as quickly decided against it. I felt sick, like I was going to throw up if I didn't leave right away. I left the clearing and tried to listen for the lake, then headed in that direction. I got to the lake's shore and felt a little better. Since I was out of the trees, I had a better view of my surroundings, and I was able to pinpoint my house a ways down the shore. I never thought I'd be so happy to see it. The rest of the way back, I felt like I had vertigo. I couldn't make sense of everything that had just happened. I still can't. I reached the house and somehow felt a little better once I was inside. The locksmith arrived a little bit later and changed the locks. I watched him work in a daze. I also had him install deadbolts. Called a tow truck and they got my car out of the ditch. Now I'm alone again, and I can't stop thinking about what I saw. I can't figure any of this out. I don't know what's happening. I know I should leave, but I just can't. I can't. At least nobody can get inside tonight. At least I'm safe inside. I heard something. Someone was outside. I was in the kitchen washing a glass, and I heard something outside on the deck. A scratching sound, and then it stopped. I thought I imagined it, but then I heard footsteps. For some reason, I just ran outside without thinking. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't even know if I'm scared anymore. I just want answers. I can't be sure, but I think it was her. I saw someone running into the woods. I'm sure it was her, but I couldn't catch her in time. I thought about chasing her into the woods, but I decided against it. I don't want to get lost out there at night. I turned around to go back inside, and that's when I saw what she had been doing on the deck in the first place. I shouldn't still be surprised by these artifacts. This one was huge, taller than me, and it had my sweatshirt from the storm tied in the middle. Honestly, I was just going to leave it there. I'm sick of this. I was about to go back inside when I noticed there was something written on the wall behind the artifact. I hadn't seen it before. Fear the new moon. What the fuck does that mean? I don't know where that woman got a fucking marker. I don't like how fucking familiar she feels around my house and property. I hate that I consider this my house now. That this feels normal now. I'm losing it. I want this to end. Whatever this new moon shit is, it feels like something's coming. Fuck this. I guess the next new moon is January 5th. It says there's gonna be a storm tomorrow. The new moon is tomorrow too. I should be fine if I just stay inside. It's been storming all day and into the night. Thunder and everything. I've stayed inside all day. Nothing has happened yet. Maybe nothing will happen. I'm still here. I'm alive. I left the house after that night. I decided not to sell it. I don't think anyone would buy it anyway. I locked the doors and I got in my car and I left. I'm home now and trying to process everything. The morning after, it was so quiet and peaceful in the woods. It was like nothing had happened at all. I'm still not sure what to believe. It sort of feels like it happened to someone else. Or like I dreamed it, maybe. Sorry it took me so long to update. I wasn't sure what to say. I still have so many questions. I might never have all the answers. But something happened out there. I can't explain it, and I don't know if I could have done anything to stop it. But whatever it was, I can't let it happen again. That's why I'm not selling the house. That woman said this happens every year. If she was telling the truth, then maybe there's something I can do next time. I have to try. So I guess that's all for now. I'm heading back to school next week. So hopefully that will take my mind off things. I need some sense of normalcy again. I'm not sure when I'll tweet again. I need to take a break and get my head together. But I'll be back. I have to go back. I won't let it happen again. That was a little less climactic as I thought it might be, but... I'm not sure which part was the most chilling. I think when it comes to the videos, the one where she was just standing there, staring at the house, I think it's a classic trope with horror, right? The thing seemingly not noticing you, staring blankly, and then snapping its head towards you. But still, those things get me. What is this? Oh, dude, what? What is this? Keaton. Keaton, what is this? Shoot, dude. It didn't feel like one was skipped, but also, when was it skipped? January 4th, January 5th, January 16th. So this one's meant to go here. Oh. Oh, this was a thread. Shoot, my bad, dude. My bad. I didn't realize. I thought it was just the one thing. Okay, guys, we got a little bit more here. Ah! Again. Why does that spook me? Why does it spook me? Guys, you know how I like jokingly said earlier, gifting a sub is the spookiest thing you can do? If you do it during something like this, that suddenly becomes a reality. But thank you, Garbage Hero. Regardless, thank you. I appreciate you helping Silly Sammy become a tulip amongst the wildflowers. Why did it try to block that? Oh, the term kill is apparently not an okay one? I mean, I guess that makes sense. In a not so good context, that would be bad. Dude, yeah. I'm normally pretty good about that, I think. Having nerves of steel. I'd say do you remember the Korean comic that we read? The one where the arm reaches out and grabs at you? That one got me too. I know it's like a jump scare thing, but still. Spooky. Spooky. Okay, guys, I have a feeling this might be the worst of the threads. It's been storming all day and into the night. Thunder and everything. I've stayed inside all day. Nothing has happened yet. Maybe nothing will happen. Still, I'm nervous. I've been freaked out all day. Maybe I shouldn't have stayed. I don't know what's wrong with me. I should leave tomorrow. Not even really sure what I'm saying. I just need to occupy myself with something. Writing this makes me feel less alone. It's like I'm talking to someone. I can't do this anymore. I'm leaving tomorrow. First thing in the morning. I don't care about selling this house anymore. I just want to go home. I just need to make it through the night. I'll be fine if I stay inside. The locks are new, and nobody can get in. I'll be fine. I'm going to go get some wine and stay in the upstairs bedroom tonight. It'll be okay. She's here. She was in the cellar. Fuck, I practically ran right into her. She didn't even hear me because of the thunder outside. Her back was to me, and she was standing dead still in the middle of the room, just staring at the wall. I couldn't move. I was petrified. All I could do was stand there like a fool and stare at the back of her head. And then she turned around, and she spoke to me. She said she won't hurt me. She said she'd explain everything. I'm sorry this is all happening so fast. She's sitting in my living room now. I can't believe this is happening. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sense of this. She said she'll tell me everything. I'll be back. Okay, so I'll try to relay everything she said. There was so much of it, I can barely keep track of it all. I'll start at the beginning. First, she says she made the stick things for my protection. She says it's dangerous out here, and she was trying to protect me. When I asked what she was trying to protect me from, she was quiet for a long time. When she finally replied, I could barely hear her. There are things in the water. I didn't really believe her, but I didn't have any rational explanation for the things I've seen. So instead, I just listened. Here's what she told me. A long time ago, something came from the sky and landed in the lake. It brought something with it. Something ancient and strange. The people who lived here began to commune with it. They protected it from the outside world, devoted their lives to it, and in return, the thing gave them a gift. People were blessed with abnormally long, healthy lives, and many children. But it all came with a price. I had so many questions, but didn't know which ones to ask. So I just sat there in silence and took it all in. The woman continued. In the beginning, there was just one. It spent most of its time deep in the lake, slumbering. But over time, it made more. Instinctively, I asked about the eggs I saw in the woods. The woman nodded. There are so many of them now, she said. They come from the water to lay eggs, and the people take care of them. Hide them away until they hatch. But when they hatch, they need to feed. At that point, I was starting to put two and two together. I thought about all the twins I've seen in town. She must have sensed my understanding. Because she spoke again. I told you there was a price. The people in this town are blessed with many children, but they don't get to keep them all. When the eggs hatch, people must bring one of their own to the woods. The creatures need to eat. She was quiet again then. They start with your eyes. I asked her how she knew all this, but I already knew the answer. I know because it happened to me, she said. When I was a girl, my father brought me into the woods with the others, offered me up to the newborns. She turned her head toward the window, like she was gazing into the distance. They took my eyes. I waited until she was ready to speak again. It was a long time before she did. She told me how she was led to one of the eggs, how she watched it hatch, how something came out of it. And before she knew it, something was on her, burrowing into her eyes. She wasn't sure what happened next. She only remembers the searing pain. And then suddenly she was free. I'm still here, I'm alive. I left the house later that night. She was nice the whole time. That's wild. Why was she able to snap her head like that? And how does she know? I mean, heck. I feel similar to the dude, to Greg. I have a lot of questions. Sure, you can see thousands of live broadcasts worldwide, but you can't gift someone a sub to their own channel. That would be cool. I mean, I'd like to subscribe to Mary Mitch. Heck. seems like a rad guy. Seems like a cool fella, if you ask me. Oh. Another one. Oh, what? What, Keaton, what? Sorry. Back at it. This is January 6th. Alright. My bad, guys. I felt completely bewildered. None of this made any sense to me. But at the same time, it did, somehow. I had so many questions I wanted to ask, but I couldn't sort my thoughts. I couldn't figure out what to say. Finally, I asked, "Why are you telling me this now, after all this time?" The woman didn't say anything at first. She took a long, labored breath. "It's the same every year," she said. "They come out of the water in the fall, lay their eggs. A few of them begin to hatch early, and they feed on animals in the woods. They need strength to make it back to the water. But most of them hatch when it's darkest." She turned to me. Even without eyes, I felt like she was staring right at me. "Tonight is the new moon," she whispered. "Tonight is their ceremony." My stomach began to sink as realization set in. Realization about what was happening out there in the woods at this very moment. "We have to do something to stop it," I blurted out. I started getting out of my chair, but she just shook her head. She said there was nothing we could do. "It happens the same way every year. We can't stop it." But I wasn't listening anymore. I don't know what came over me, but I jumped up and ran out the door. I ran into the woods. I don't even know where I was going. At some point, the rain had stopped. It was dark, and I couldn't see anything. But I could hear things all around me. Things moving through the trees, and I could see lights in the distance, fire, or flashlights, I don't know. I had no idea where to go or what to do. More than once, something ran by me in the trees. I was using my phone as a flashlight and tried to take pictures of the trees, trying to see what was out there. But everything was happening so fast. I don't know what these are. Sorry. This is the clearest shot I could get. They all moved so fast. I ran for what seemed like an eternity. I ran in circles. I had no idea where I even was. And then somehow, I was back in the same clearing where the eggs had been. But they were gone now. Nothing but bits of shell left on the ground. It was over. I was too late. It had already happened, and they'd cleaned everything up. I was too late. I stood alone in the clearing. The lights in the distance were disappearing. It was getting quieter. Just like that, I was running again. running toward the lake. I don't even know why. Couldn't do anything. Branches scraped my face as I ran blindly through the trees. Whew. Boy. Did I miss anything else? I mean, honest to goodness, I'm glad that he didn't find anything worse than that. However, it almost makes it scarier that he only saw the aftermath. I figured the aftermath would be worse, though. I guess it makes sense that they'd clean it up. Me when I get a chicky tendy. Hee hee. Hee hee. Honest to goodness, dude, you did a great job at organizing it. I mean, for real, let me see if I can show this. Wait, yeah. Go back over here. That what? Stop. Look at that. Super organized. Big shout outs to Keaton for this one. Whew. I think that one comment that I saw was right. It's kind of cool to see a creepypasta on Twitter. Just that concept of someone, you know, live, doing a live account of these freaky things happening over a series of weeks. Yeah, dude. I don't doubt it. It took some time to organize. You could read The Sun Has Vanished. They never finished it. The sun vanishing? Where have I heard that before? Something. I feel like that's part of some D&D game? No, that doesn't sound right. Nah, I'm sure it's nothing. It's a Twitter account. It was big like a few years ago. Yeah, I'd be down to check another one of these out, maybe. I'd like them to be finished, but I guess some of them, it's kind of good that they're open-ended, you know? They're kind of meant to be. The mystery and all the questions that come up from it is part of what makes it truly terrifying, or part of what enhances the terror. Well, guys, I had some spooky tales by the campfire. I need to change. I need to change. Oh wait, sorry. Do need to go back here for a second. Rename. We are on chapter 10 of Baraska, I believe. Oop. Keeping myself up to date with that. Yeah, we're on chapter 10. Man, we read about like 3 chapters of Baraska. right? No, 4. 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we read 4. We read like 6 last time, but that's because we legitimately spent the whole time with Baraska. What's up? Oh yeah, no. Sorry. I said oh what's up as though as though I can't read. No, Tristan, you're correct. We're moseying towards the end of the stream here. Let me bring this up. Heck yeah. Ain't like 120 there? Oh yeah, it is. You guessed very correctly. Snap. You got a good time conversion brain. Yeah, it's getting late. I'm getting tired, so we're gonna go ahead and call it a night with that little tale from Greg. I don't know what that's titled, or if it does it even need a title. We'll just call it Greg's Spooky Time. A new subscriber. Whoa, why didn't it? It was blank. But why though? Oh, because it's a community sub gift. Whoa. Shoot, dude. Nice. It gifted it to Remdog, I think. Good, good. Heck yeah. So many tulips. There's gonna be no wildflowers left, guys. I suppose maybe a field of tulips would be better than only wildflowers. I guess a tulip is sort of a wildflower. It's a wild kind of flower. But indeed, thank you, Captain Spurt. It's been consistent throughout. I haven't gone like I don't know. I don't know what I'd expected from tonight, but it certainly wasn't this much generosity and this much support. Thank you. Unexpected, but certainly a more than pleasant surprise. Thank you. Well, guys, now that we're ending the stream, I'd love to ask, what was your favorite part? Did you enjoy the Baraska at the start? Was it something in those in-between parts? Or was it Greg's spooky time with Greg finds egg in the woods? And no eye lady. That's a solid way to... What do I call that? Greg and the no-eyed lady. Greg and eggs. Greg finds some eggs. That's the one. We're gonna go with that one. Greg finds some eggs. No idea. Keaton, that's too good. That's too good, and I'm mad I didn't think about it. The whole stream. You sound like the kids from my from the summer camp I was helping out at this week. We asked them, you know, of course, hey, what was your favorite part of the summer camp? Was it the trampolines? Was it hanging out with your counselor? Was it lunchtime? And there were so many of them that were just like, my favorite was everything. And then the other kid would be like, oh, you stole mine. That was mine. I liked everything. You can't like everything too. That was mine. Heck yeah. It was a good stream. A very good stream. Let me see if there's anyone else streaming that we can raid. Oh man, Daniel Wayne was on earlier. Would have liked to have raided him, but we went too late. I don't know. I think unless somebody does like the guide the raid thing, or guide the Merry Brigade thing, we'll just call it a night. Sure, dude. Totally. So, thank you everybody for coming. This was an awesome SYMP Saturday. The very first stream of the officially affiliated Mary Mitch. And yeah, I pray I did Baraska justice and no idea. Pray I did both of those stories justice, and yeah, I certainly had a good time. So happy we got to get back to Baraska too. It's gonna kill me that we can't continue it though until next week. We got Sci-Fi Sunday tomorrow. Hope to catch you then. Yeah, I'm excited for some sci-fi stuff tomorrow. I get to go back into space. And space, cooler than you think. A lot of stars out there. Yes. Yeah, you can post it and then I'll repost it. Because I think it will get blocked, but I can still see it. Then I'll post it since I can do that. Thankfully, I don't think my Nightbot times anyone out for that, which is good. What is this though? Twitch random, rolling a d20. Oh. What is this? Is this the extension that connects to Roll20? Cool beans. I'll check out that website, look into that, and hopefully have that figured out by this upcoming Thursday. Oh, okay. Never mind then. Well, guys. As always, I love you guys. Bunches and bunches. And I really do mean that. I love you guys, and tonight was super duper fun. Your support means the world to me. I've said that a bajillion times, but I'll say it a bajillion times more. Remember to take the merriment we created tonight, hold it close to your heart, and let it flourish into the next day. Cool beans? Cool. Do that. I'll know if you don't. I'm like Santa Claus. Be merry. And I hope to see you tomorrow. Much love, and take care. Keep on swaying, my wildflowers. Till next time.